Hello there, everybody. It's a pleasure to see you all today. I hope you're all
Hot.
Wiener.
Penis. E.
I'll fucking
What?
tell you.
Everybody gets 2 XP.
Sexy goblins. Woo!
Free XP every single week.
You know what? I don't know. Maybe.
Big fat cock? Question mark.
Yes, correct. First,
Big floppy dongers, dude.
we increase the goblin bullshit pool by 1 because that is what happens at the start of every session. We add our free bullshit pool point. Then I shout everybody out who is part of this project. So if you look at all those links, you can follow them and you can support those people. And that's a good time, you know, real exciting. Everybody has a good time. All those supports. And then lastly, bam, bullshit. If you guys give us money, it makes the bullshit pool go up. And that's basically the long and short of it. So hello everybody, welcome. Happy to have you all here tonight. Hope you are all enjoying your Sunday evening or Monday morning, depending on where you live in the world. And thanks everybody for being here who's joining us, and hope you enjoy settling in for some more goblin shenanigans. Does anyone have anything else we need to go over, or shall we get into the adventure? All right, fair enough. Well, in that case, buckle in everybody, because it's time for an additional goblining. I'm gonna rethink that word. Anyways.
Yeah, I think you should.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should. Or embrace it and put a Denny's logo on it.
Oh, true. Advertisement for your business behind the Denny's? Ayo.
Honestly, I just find it really impressive that Silver's like willing to go out there and get shit done and like start his own whole fucking business. He's
really beating the competition.
Yeah. Anyways, let's get some ambience going. And get back to it. Because we now return to the sand of Town Point. Boop. And then we hide that. Boop. There we go.
The sand of Town Point?
Yeah,
I'm sure it was intentional. Just don't.
Are we just not going to the town? We're just going to the sand?
Yes, you're on the it's the beach episode. Surprise!
Beach episode?
Yo!
It's
gonna be
like naked goblin times, dude.
Yeah,
our goblins don't have bathing suits.
Is this gonna be like the Top Gun part?
Yeah, you're all gonna play volleyball, and it's gonna be hilarious.
I want to wear a banana outfit.
3 feet tall.
Frank in a banana hammock. Let's go.
May I wear a banana outfit,
boys?
please?
Amazing. Anyways, when we had last left our goblins, you guys had just finished a stirring courtroom scene where you were basically given legal ownership of the Goblinz Manor. And
why'd you pause? There's no pause in the name.
Yeah, I'm just getting used to it. I gotta
Oh, you're getting used to the Goblinz?
Yeah, the Goblinz takes a while to get ready in my mouth, but eventually I'll get used to it.
Why are you trying to, like, eat her house?
Yeah,
that's fucking weird.
Honestly.
Anyways, after that, there was a whole courtroom scene where the former associates of Ludric, the barbarian who was unceremoniously zapped by Dixie in the basement of the Pixie's Kitten, had come to seek reparations for their damages, and at the end of the day, they decided to settle on a temporary period of 2 weeks worth of employment with you guys, doing whatever it is that you wish to have them do, and then if it turns out that they are usable, then to be paid whatever is an agreed upon wage going forwards. So, at the end of that, basically, just when we were about to end the last session, Amiko Kaijitsu had taken you aside and said if you were interested in additional property up in where the manors are, she has a little bit of a problem with ghosts. that needs seeing to, which will also guarantee that she'll highly endorse your presence in the town, because she has her own motives that might become clear later on, but for now, she did tell you that she has a bit of a ghost problem. So, we're picking up basically right after that, where you guys were told that she had that opportunity, and now you still are in the town hall, but I'm going to leave this screen up for now, just so we don't focus too much on the town hall. But Amiko, who, for those of you who are unfamiliar with her, I will bring her up on the screen, but essentially, more or less what she is proposing to you is an alternative for even more property acquisition. So does anyone have anything they want to say in response to her as she delivers that, that statement?
Newt's gonna float over to her.
Okay.
And place her hand on her shoulder.
Yeah.
Don't worry, little lady. Deputy Newt is on the case.
Okay.
So did you say
that we...
ghost?
She nods her head.
Go ahead, Dixie. Continue. I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, that was all I had to say.
I didn't hear it though. That's why I said continue.
I just was saying, you know, you called her little lady, and I kind of figure like if you were to say little lady like that, I don't know, I just think that like coming from like our perspective, I think it might sound weird.
You're not making any sense.
Anyways.
But don't worry, Deputy Newt and my wives shall help you out.
And Dixie.
And Dixie.
And Frank.
And Dixie's...
Mm-mm.
Fiance. I think that's the word. I heard someone say that once.
Okay.
Daxter, thank you for the $50 and the Goblin Pizza Time Go. We got 5 more points.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I was looking at my DM notes, and I didn't pay attention to that. Thank you, Dex. Thank you so much for the shenanigans at hand with that. That is a very kind contribution. We're now at 204 Goblin Bullshit points. Damn,
hey, we passed
fantastic.
200 points.
Hell yeah. So, Goblin Pizza Bullshit Go. Thank you, Dex. We appreciate that. The support for the project is always welcome, and it is very appreciated. But Amiko, essentially, she kind of kneels down and lets you know the gist of what her problem is. Right now, she's dealing with a touchy subject for herself. A few years back, when there was a major goblin raid on Sandpoint, part of the raid caused a massive fire to consume a good chunk of her family's glassworks. And since then, the renovations have been completed on the glassworks, and it has been restored to a functional space. However, Amiko has been having trouble making it usable and sorting the situation out with it, and hasn't opened it again as of yet, even though the renovations are complete, because, well, it's haunted. During the attack on Sandpoint, her father and a bunch of workers who worked in the glassworks were killed during the attack. During the Goblin Raid, there was an explosion that basically shredded a whole bunch of goblins and workers and her father with like hot pieces of glass. And ever since then, it's always been kind of a... well, not a great place to spend the time too long in. So she's gone through the trouble of getting day workers who came in to do renovations in groups, who kind of like got it all back up to snuff from the damage, but it was a rotating situation because a lot of them did not want to stick around. It was full of, shall we say, heavy paranormal activity, and nobody was willing to be anywhere near the place during sundown. So she says if you guys can get to the bottom of what's been going on in the glassworks and potentially help any spirits move on, if that's the case, then she's willing to negotiate handing over Kaijitsu Manor to you as well, because right now she barely uses the place, and you know, thinks it would be
Two houses for price of one?
Yeah, that is free real estate.
She pulls Desi in and starts whispering in her ear. Wife. We can bring goblins into Kajaka Manor, and that could be their manor. And then we have the Spaghetti Manor, which is Pussy Manor. Now we have more manor, and then our family can live like kings.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that sounds like a good plan. See, this is why you are chiefess.
Oh, we have to tell Wiggums after we do everything, though. Let them know they have new home.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Don't worry, ma'am. We can get to the bottom of this because we're already pretty close to the ground.
That's true. Yeah.
That is honestly, clues that happen to usually be very close to the ground, and, we can't miss them.
God damn it. All right. She nods her head, and so she takes goes into her effects and pulls out a key and puts it in your hands, Desi. And she says, "You're welcome to go in and help yourself to the glassworks to see what's going on there at any time." And
excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Why did you walk past me and hand it to her?
Okay, so she hands it to Newt. There, would you like that retcon?
No, I mean, she walked past me. I'm like, my hand on her shoulder.
Yeah, you're behind her, aren't you? Or did you walk in front of her and put your hand
in
on her
front
shoulder?
of her?
Oh,
That'd be
okay.
weird to be behind her.
Alright, that's fair. In that case, yes, she puts the key in your hand, Newt, and she says that you are welcome to head towards the glassworks whenever it is convenient for you, and investigate it at your own leisure. So, she gives you the key to it to have access to the building. Do with it as you will. Just try not to break anything or cause any further damages. And she'd be grateful if you could figure out how to help the spirits move on that might be in the place, or even get to the bottom of what's been happening in the place either, because she just really hasn't had the time or inclination to fully solve it as of yet. So if you guys want to do that, you're welcome to, but otherwise Amico wishes you luck with the rest of the day, and looks forward to hearing what ends up bringing you into the town hall next in the future.
No, you see, I have experience with helping the dead pass on.
I mean, technically, yes. Yes, you do.
Excuse me, ma'am. Where would one go at this hour to obtain a hat?
It's only about midday to... Yeah, let's see. You guys woke up in the morning, and then you went to see the mayor, and then you had the town... Yeah, so it's only about, like, the start of the afternoon right now, time-wise, so... If you're looking for hats, I guess she would probably direct you to the market, or the clothiers, also known as Verna's Fine Clothing.
Okay. Alright, Wives and Dixie and Frank, I have business in a hat store. Where shall we meet up if you do not want to come?
Why?
If we are going to be dealing with ghosts, I will need to go and get some holy water for completely anonymous purposes.
Where should we meet up? Should we meet up back at the house? Or outside?
I'll go with
the
you
place?
to get hats, and then, then I will go talk to Daddy Ass Blaster.
I think we should split up and look for clues, gang.
Oh, okay. Who wants to be Velma? I call Daphne.
I think Dixie should be.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I did it backwards.
I Shaggy.
Ah, okay. Oh, yeah, that's true. You have dog. Oh, dog even talk. Oh, yeah, you Shaky and that's Scooby. Okay, wait. Is Frank Fred done?
Frank is definitely Fred.
Oh, wait. No, that means Dix is Daphne then.
So you have.
Wait. I don't want to.
You have a few options available.
New
to the four of you.
And New Scrappy. Okay. This makes lots of sense.
So, now that you've been given the opportunity to fix Amiko's little issue there, essentially there is a couple of options available to you this afternoon. It sounds like, Newt, you need to go to the hat store. So that's something to investigate, I'm sure. But Newt appears to want to go to the hat store immediately. So who is going with her to the hat store, and who is doing something else? Also, honey, you are hot micing.
I thought I was muted.
Alright. So...
I will go with to hat store.
Alright, what about you, Snooty? What's your course of current action?
Snooty will just follow everyone around. Even though they don't want to walk. Is Oleg gonna carry Snooty? Can Oleg carry
I guess Oleg could volunteer to come with you on your little shopping excursion if you want to.
Oleg!
He gets up from the seating area of the town hall and asks what's up.
Can you carry Snooty while we go to hat store?
He chuckles a little bit to himself and just says, like, okay.
Alright, to the hat store! Newty
To hat
power!
Dixie, are you going to go on the hat excursion, or do you have other plans that you'd like to invest your time and energy into?
Oh, fuck it.
Alright. Sounds like we're going on a group hat store excursion. Also, good night, Zach. Take care. Alright. So, there's a couple of options that present themselves, but the best one... Alright, you know what? Let's go ahead and scroll up to... we want the clothiers. Verna's Fine Clothing. Rinshin Povali. Interesting. Alright. Don't have art for her, but she is... I will give you a little description. So as you make your way, your group makes your way to the Verna's Fine
Are we making our way
Clothing.
downtown?
Yeah, you're walking fast. Etc., etc.
This is past.
Yeah.
We're not homebound just yet.
So, if you... Anyways, eventually you guys make your way to this store, which is a, kind of like a... It's a two-story affair that looks pretty fancy and gives off a vibe of, like, somebody who probably wanted to have been, like, a professional, clothier, like someone who does, like, high society kind of, like, clothing and modeling and stuff, had kind of settled to make a boutique in a space like this. And, there is a kind of air of welcoming, if not a little bit of a sort of, shall we say, hoity-toityness to it that comes across. But as you enter into the space, you can tell that this store has a fair amount of things that look like they're pretty high quality. Like the clothes in here all look very custom and handmade, and as you enter into the store, there's just kind of like an array of various frills and bobs and all kinds of weird clothing that none of you have probably ever seen before. Maybe Snooty and maybe You know what? Give me society rolls. For
Yeah,
anybody who wants to.
I'll give you a society roll, alright? Bam!
Alright.
Damn, that was a good roll.
If
Because
anybody
I'm
else
not
wants
paying
to.
attention. All I know is that this is a hat store, and I probably have been here.
Society.
Society roll.
Society!
Society calls us gay.
Oh my god, no!
Alright, so Snooty, because you have the most, like, aspirations to be a fine lady, a snooty woman, you recognize a lot of this kind of clothing as, like, the sort of stuff that really fancy-ass bitches wear, who are, like, the nobility from places, but it's kind of a mixed, selection of that and sort of like an effort that has been made to be more of a bargain salesperson. So like there's like an effort to have stuff that's really high and fancy on display, but there's also a very clear effort that it's just like a compromise has been made here in order to help make sales. And as you enter into the space, you likewise, Desi, you kind of have a similar vibe with it. You've crossed paths with nobility before, so you can recognize the difference between like what feels like a more commoner-oriented sort of clothing and more high quality, like fancy-looking outfits. Dixie, you haven't really bothered to get too into the nitty-gritty of like what defines the aesthetic of nobles, and have more always just bothered yourself with projecting your illusions and making a name of yourself and being a big show woman instead of actually giving a shit about your audience. So this all is just like a passing, you're just like, yeah, fancy clothes, neat kind of experience. But as you enter into this space, a very kind of almost ethereally beautiful half-elf woman steps out from behind a kind of like a collection of dresses and stuff, and she looks like she's pinning something and has a few, you know, like sewing needles in her mouth, or the little pins, clothespins. That's it. And she just kind of looks over at all of you, and she has this like her face is. She doesn't really know how to process your presence here for a moment, and then she just kind of spits them out, the like pins in her mouth, and says, sorry, there's not a goblin raid going on right now, is there?
That is very, what is word? Goblinist. We are here to be, she like starts snapping, trying to remember words. Customers in your establishment, and you are giving us a very bad name for things that we did not do. Snooty.
She raises an eyebrow. and she says, well, that's good. So you're customers then.
Yeah, I am
Didn't I
Deputy
just say
Newt.
that?
Points at Badge.
Her
If there
eyebrow.
was a goblin raid, I would be taking care of it and not shopping.
Who do you think my wife is, Sheriff Penis Head?
Her eyebrows both raise into the air as she's just completely like, she sets down what she's working on with a piece of some kind of finery, and sets her scissors down. She was, until you guys had started talking, she had her scissors kind of like heavily gripped in her hands as she was leaning out around the corner, but now she just puts them down. And she just looks incredibly surprised, and she says, one deputy and two wife?
You are correct. I'm glad you are observant.
Interesting. Forgive me, but I didn't think that Sheriff Baylor would appoint a goblin as a deputy.
The town council did it.
Oh, that would make sense, I suppose. Yes, and I'm sorry that's I'm honestly quite confused. But before I ask any further questions, she bows like she does like a little curtsy to you all, and she says, "I'm Rinshin Pavali, the proprietor of this establishment, and
That's a fucking hilarious name.
She looks. Do you say that as Dixie, or was that just an out of character comment?
Oh no, of course.
Of course, it was.
You'd probably have a good shelf life in the showbiz, hun.
She tilts her head a little bit, looking you up and down, and especially lingering on Frank for a moment. Like her vision just locks in on Frank for a second, and she just goes, "And your name?"
That's
None of your
Dix.
business. That's not my name.
Dix. What a strange name for a goblin.
That's it. I'm killing you all tonight.
And that's her fiance, Frank.
Points at Hat.
Oh, you're marrying your hat. What a quaint undertaking. Goblins are so strange. Sorry, pointing.
Would it be
you.
a bad thing if I were to like run up to her? Sorry, out of character. Would it be a bad thing if I were to run up to her and like strangle her right now?
As a member of the law, I would have to intervene.
She turns to look at you and says, I'm sorry, I was a little distracted with everything going on of your arrival. It was just such a interesting entrance. And you are pointing to Newt.
Deputy Newt.
Newt. Deputy Newt. Interesting. Right. And pointing to Snooty, who is currently being carried by Oleg. She, looks a little confused for a second and goes, "Oh, Oleg, sorry, I was so distracted by the arrival of the goblins, and you're all so green-skinned. I apologize. That sounds offensive. You, pointing to you, Snooty, your name?"
My name is Snooty. Thank you very much.
All right. Snooty. Interesting name. And you, pointing to Desi.
Hi. My name is Desi.
She nods and says, Interesting. So I have Desi, I have Snooty, I have Newt, and I have Dix. Interesting group.
Yeah, don't forget.
If you fucking
Frank
call me that again.
Nikki.
I apologize. I thought that was your name.
It's actually Dick D.
Dixie.
There's a C on the end.
Oh. Wait, wouldn't that be Dick?
No, C. Dick C.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Dixie. That sounds
C.
a lot better
That
than
is
what you had
correct.
said originally. Good. But, well, sorry to be so startled by your appearance in my establishment. What is it I can do for you exactly today?
Well, so here is the deal. I'm going to mostly just be here as an observer. My wife is here for a suitable hat that fits her new station. Also, the dresses in here and the outfits, are they? Did you do them?
Oh, yes, that is my work. I do a lot of tailoring and daydreaming.
They remind me of something, a memory of books. They're very pretty. Do you mind if I look at them?
I'm gonna poke Desi on the shoulder real quick.
Yeah.
You're being weird.
What?
You're being weird.
What do you mean? My Brian hurt a little bit.
I'm just saying. I don't think people normally
What?
like talk. I don't know. Talk like that. It's just weird.
Sorry, my brain was like remembering things, and it kind of hurt. What is weird? Huh?
It's nothing.
Okay.
Rin looks very confused at these interactions for a minute, and then she just goes, as long as you're not too, touchy with the clothing, then you may help yourself to looking around, but please be careful with your hands. Some of the pieces I've made in here are very delicate.
Understandable, ma'am. I do not want to hurt your products. I understand that this is what you do for a living, so don't worry. I did not want to hurt your livelihood.
Can you kindly point me in the direction of your hats?
Oh, I have a few that are pre-made, but is there something in particular you were looking for?
I don't know the name of it. Do you have a piece of paper?
I have some parchment and drawing utensils. Yes, I have to sketch out a lot of ideas.
I will draw it for you.
All right. She's just very confused with these interactions. Meanwhile, as this is going on, Snooty, what are you doing? I assume you're still being held by Oleg?
Yes, I'm being held by Oleg, and I am having him walk me around the store to look at everything.
Oleg doesn't seem to mind. He enjoys the company that you spend together, and I mean, you don't weigh much, so like, it's not really a burden.
It's like holding a
him. Yeah,
basically.
yeah. A little heavier than that, but yeah, basically. So he's walking around just kind of pointing at stuff, and it's just kind of like, oh, that looks nice. Hey, Snooty.
Yeah.
Is this kind of is this? I've noticed you've gotten some more jewelry and such added to your look of late. Is this the kind of clothes that you're like looking for?
Oh, starts showing off jewelry and the fairy earring and everything like that. And she goes, "Do you like it? I made these myself. Like this," holds up fairy earring I found once. It had more skin on it before, but it's fine. And I made these, and she points to the little bone ones in the tips of her ears. And she goes, "Bleh, and this one?" To the one on her tongue.
He nods, like impressively, like with his head, and he says, "Oh, you've got a good eye for jewelry."
Yeah. And she shows off the ear ring and then the other rings. And she goes, and then these are my wedding rings.
He like kind of nods a little bit and says, "I am. I was honestly surprised to hear that you're getting more married. I thought you were married to the goblin chief of your tribe."
I am. So, in terms of things that I have heard once before, I don't remember where, because I traveled a lot until I found this village, is a concubine or porcupine. I don't know. Desi says it better. And basically, since I am considered chief at moment, they would be my wives. So they would be my porcupines.
Interesting. That's...
They also gave me shiny ring. And Desi said that's how you do the marriage.
Yeah, some people don't do that, but a lot of folks generally do exchange some kind of jewelry or representative token of marriage. So,
Really?
yeah, people give each other things to signify their bond all the time. It's not always a ring, but it's common that a lot of folk, give a little trinket or some kind of necklace or something to signify that they've made that connection.
Oh, then Desi and I are like a bajillion married then, because Desi gave me a lot of things.
Oh, that's... So...
Like a necklace, and she shows off the necklace of knives, and this one, and this one, and this cloak, and this stone, and she pulls out a gun.
He looks a little surprised, but he's not very startled.
And this, does that mean Desi really likes me if Desi gave me all these things?
Oleg just kind of looks a little, startled at your random assortment of stuff that you're just piling out in front of him, and he goes, I think if all of these are gifts, then yeah, I think Dizzy likes you a whole lot.
And she puts all the stuff away in like their special pockets and stuff like that, which is probably why she weighs so much right now. Actually, it's because of all of this items. And also why she doesn't want to walk as much either, because she's slowly getting to encumberment.
That's fair. As he's having this continued conversation with Snooty, Dixie, is there anything that draws your attention in this space in particular?
I think if this person has any hats that are even slightly similar to Frank, she'll probably just be staring at them real confused for a while.
I would say that probably not.
Probably not?
I think that design and style of hat is probably very much in the purview of, what is commonly designed for, students of certain magic colleges or, wizards, and not something you commonly find outside of being, custom made. So, maybe... I'm trying to
there
think
goes
of...
my idea for the hat revolution, but go ahead.
I mean, there's hats. Some of them are, sun hats. I guess that would be commonly, close to Frank, a collection of...
Well, Frank's not a hat. So.
Alright, well, similarly appearing devices of fabric that look a lot like Frank, there's probably some, sun hats that have, wide brims that serve that purpose.
I'm just gonna be kind of walking down the aisles, looking, not really making much of a fuss. Kind of just interested and intrigued in what I can find on the shelf.
All right, fair enough. Desi, is there anything you've been looking out for as you peruse the clothes, or are you just doing a general browse and ooh, ee?
I am very interested in the outfits in this place. They sort of fill me with a weird nostalgia and thoughts of, before the Big Bang.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. Before Tim Timatom ruined my life and stole my fortune. When I get that rat bastard, I will strangle him with my own tail, like a garrote wire. And as he gurgles his last scream, I will put his hat on my head, and I will whisper into his ear, I am Timatom now.
Excellent. Good vengeance plot. Do you kind of whisper that to yourself as you walk through the store, having this memory?
Yeah, absolutely. I am just sort of in a daze, looking at these outfits and thinking about books that I might have read children and such.
All right, fair enough. Meanwhile, Newt, I think now has given enough time for you to draw an example of the hat that you were looking for. So, do you have a reference of what image you would have provided for her?
Yeah, it's like a cowboy hat.
So like a lawman kind of hat
Yeah,
from the
yeah,
Wild
yeah.
West.
Yeah.
She looks at it and tilts her head a little, and she says, "This is a very interesting design. I could make something like this. Do you have a preference in materials or anything else that you might want attached to it? I don't have anything that looks like this on hand, I'm afraid, but I could make this."
Yeah. I think like leather or whatever the type of material they are normally made out of.
I posted a link of the hat in for you.
So you want it to be made out of like a rawhide leather?
Yeah.
All right, that's fair. She looks a little thoughtful on it and thinks, like leather, okay, interesting. Like leather working isn't exactly like her priority, but she also does like, she could do hats out of this kind of stuff in a style that's more like complex than what the tannery could offer. So she gives it some thought, and then she just says, "Yes, well, I think I have the materials and everything needed for this. If you'd like to commission me to make a hat like this, I actually have a fair bit of availability right now. A lot of customers have been disrupted, and my cohorts have been interrupted by the recent attacks on town. So before things pick up again, I could fit you in quite quickly. I suppose if you a project like this would only really run you about, I would say, 2 gold."
Yeah. Sorry, but did you need
I need you for numbers.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna plot over and then be like, yeah, what needs counting?
Oh, if your companion here, your
Wife.
wife, sorry, my apologies. If your wife here would like her hat in a timely manner, then 2 gold I will require to begin the process.
I'll tell you what, I will give you 4 gold if you make it, even snappier.
She raises an eyebrow and thinks about stuff and says, "I suppose my work for the evening can wait until later. And if that is the case, if this is a rush job, then I suppose I could have it ready for you by tomorrow."
Is that acceptable, wife?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, do you have what are they called? Hanker cloth things of her face
Bandana.
Oleg.
or neck?
Oh, never mind. Yeah, Desi said it. She raises an eyebrow and then thinks and goes, "Oh, yes, I have many different types of cloth that could be fashioned into just such a thing. Is there something in particular?"
Yeah. Like a red one. I will also require a vest and a jacket.
Oh, I see. Would these also be made of... Shit, Ash, we gotta update Newt's reactive.
Alright, let me see what I can do.
No, it's okay. You have enough work.
No, all we gotta do in the future is just get a separate asset that is the hat I'll put over Newt's head, and that should work just fine.
Already got you. Hold on.
Yeah, just grab a transparent image from Google Images. You don't even need to draw the hat. Just fucking yoink it. Just throw it on there. Beautiful.
So she nods and she says, "And your vest and coat and all that, the effects you're looking for, is there a particular fabric or material you'd like them made out of, or?"
What do you recommend? Something durable.
Well, I suppose I could make a light armor weaving into a leather vest, and then you could just wear a fashionable coat over top of it so that it stays kind of concealed beneath, if you'd like.
I will leave it up to your directions.
I assume you'd also like this as a rush order, yes?
If at all possible. We have very important business and I need to look the part.
She looks a little thoughtful and says, to do this quickly, at the best of my abilities, and to provide you what you're seeking, I think that the fair price would be, I would say about, for a rush job, 12 gold pieces.
Yeah, I can do that. And she's gonna take out her gold pouch and then count out 12. And she's gonna hand it to the lady.
She's going to look very surprised because the gold pouch you bring out is fairly hefty.
Yeah.
And she's going to regard it as you hand it over. And she said, if it's not rude, for my asking, Desi, was it? Yes?
Yeah, Desi Fizbing.
Desi Fizbang, interesting name. Tell me, how is it you've come by so much gold?
Yeah, that is pretty rude to ask, actually.
Actually, that is sort of a strange question. If I asked how much gold you had behind the counter, you would assume that I was up to no good. However, in the spirit of friendship, I will answer your question. I have taken care of many jobs around town. One of them getting rid of a ghoul infestation and a variety of other chores. But some of the money has been given to us also by our inheritance in, defeating the what is their name? Snooty? Is it Biddy? Or what is his name?
Whose name?
The guy you threw up on.
Oh, Tiddy Spaghetti.
Yeah, Titty Spaghetti, you know.
And we have his house now.
Yeah, we also have his house now.
I thought we weren't supposed to be talking about that.
Which, is pretty interesting. But anyway, essentially, all this money is from hard work. Which is why some of it is going to you, because you are clearly a woman that does hard work and does good work.
Her eyebrows are slowly just going up as you're, like, having this conversation with her, where, one of them goes up and then the other one raises, and she has, like, a bit of a wide expression on her face and says, to be fair, I'm not very, on the up and up with, the going-ons of society in the town. I keep to myself mainly, but are you telling me that you had a run-in with Titus Scarnetti? Yes?
No. You should probably talk to my wife, Snooty. She literally ran into him. She was thrown at him.
He threw me, so I was thrown back at him.
Like a javelin.
Titty Spaghetti was very mean to me.
Oh my.
So I threw up on him and stabbed him twice.
Oh, you stabbed.
But he also, he threw me. He hurt me very badly, and he used me as a goblin shield when a bunch of other guards came up. So.
Oh, that's not kind at all.
I think it is only fair that I stab him.
Oleg also chimes in, and he basically tells her that, like, he's only gotten to know them a short while, but they've been making all kinds of different, like, things happen in town, and it's been a wild ride, and he says that he reassures them that, like, you guys are strange, but not a problem, as far as, like, general concerns about goblins go, and she just kind of nods her head and then says, I see, well, apologies for the rude inquiry about your financial well-being. It was more that I was going to segue that into the inquiry about your profession, what you might do to earn money. And it sounds like a good majority of you are, well, adventurers, from what I hear.
God speaks through my hand.
Is this
I
okay?
command the lightning and the wind.
She looks over at Dixie, who is like having a bit of a meltdown in front of some sun hats. And just turns back to you, Desi, and says,
I can get you out of here. I can save you all.
Dixie, I'm gonna start floating over to Dixie.
Yeah, okay.
No, go ahead. You guys are in the middle of a scene. You guys are in the middle of a scene.
Are you okay over here?
I'm providing background noise.
Yeah, so there is a, interesting. She nods her head and says, well, you see, if you're looking for work, I could potentially offer you some more of my services in exchange without cost, or pay you, I suppose. I've run into a little bit of an oddity that I've been dealing with, and, well, it would be helpful to have some other observant eyes, and to be honest, you four seem far removed enough from the town, but it wouldn't be strange for me to ask some help in this manner. I haven't really turned to the guard or anybody because it's been... I received gifts.
Okay.
That doesn't seem like much of a job.
Well, I've left these small gifts close to my birthday, and tomorrow is my birthday actually, and every year around that time, I receive a small package of a mixture of coins and medicine and children's toys from somebody, and I'm honestly not sure who has been leaving them at my doorstep.
Do you want us to track them down and beat them up?
I don't think violence is the answer to someone who's been gifting me things.
Sounds like a creep.
Well, honestly, there's a lot of strange things that go on in this town from time to time, and, well, ever since my...
The curse!
She kind of looks a little confused about what you just said there, Newt, and goes, a curse?
Yeah, weird stuff happens all the time to us ever since we came to this town.
Interesting. Well, Sandpoint is an odd place. I will give you that, but, no, I have run this business on my own for quite some time, since my mother's passing at the hands of... Well, anyways. But the parts of those gifts have been left to me with a fair bit of coin, and as a result, I have used it to expand my business, and in fact have worked with many others around the area to start expanding a sort of guild of tailoring. I've been looking to get into Magnamar with it eventually, but haven't really found the opportunity. But I would like to know who has been bestowing these gifts upon me. And I know this sounds strange, but I think it might be my dead father.
Wait. What?
I know.
Huh?
How many ghosts does this town have? I thought we were cursed.
Yeah, there's one on an island, and then there's the you know. I think this probably has something to do with the town curse. Uh,
I see. Well, I suppose it could be a ghost. It could be anything, really. I haven't really had the opportunity to... I've never been able to catch who's responsible. And while it is an appreciated gift, and honestly one that I wouldn't want to stop, I am curious who has been doing so, and at this stage the influx of extra coin is not needed, so I thought perhaps now would be a time to find somebody who can help me track down who has been giving me these strange gifts at my home. Of course, if you're not interested, that's perfectly fine, but tomorrow is the day that my birthday does come around too, so I suppose if you want to return here and retrieve your clothing for what I'm able to make in the time, then perhaps you could join me. Yes?
We can help you, but we're gonna have to do a steakums. I mean, stakeout?
Steakums.
yeah, a stakeout. Yep.
Can you, after you get off of work, can you show us where the gifts are normally left, and we will set up and watch?
She nods. And before I continue, a quick interruption. Telosaurus Rex, thank you for that raid. Thank you guys for joining us here today. Hope you had a good time, and whatever you guys were getting up to. I hope it was a fair and fun excursion. Thank you for joining us for the Goblin Shenanigans. If you guys want to follow any more links related to our shenanigans at hand, please feel free to check it out there. But otherwise, thank you for coming in. We appreciate having you here. Hope you enjoy the show at hand. And we will be able to chat with you fully in chat. It's just we don't often do a lot of verbal interaction with chat outside of odd instances. But thanks for being here, guys. Hope you had a good time with your D&D game, and enjoy what you see. So, she continues onwards and says, yes, it would be... generally, it's within the same area around my home. And if you would be willing to keep a lookout, I suppose, tomorrow during the day.
Steakums.
A steakums, as you call it?
Yes.
Yes, the help would be very appreciated. So, if you can help me, then that would be great. If not, I completely understand.
I just
honestly,
said we were going to help you with the steakums.
Yes, but it is kind of a... You must admit I do sound a little ill in the head, making such silly observations.
No, we've seen a ghost before.
Oh.
Newt wasn't there.
I wasn't there, Joe.
But there was a ghost.
Sometimes people are afraid to go up and get eaten by the snappy jaw in the sky, so they try to remain here on the terrestrial plane, and then they begin hunting as they go mad from staying here and not being eaten by the snappy jaw in the sky.
Oh, an interesting interpretation of a common thought about specters. Yes, I suppose that's... So what ghost did you encounter?
So, have you ever heard weird burp noises at night?
No.
Then maybe you are hard of sleepings, but there is an island, and on the island there is a ghost, and he swings scary things, and him very scary. He stole a friend of ours once and pinned him to a tree. It was scary. He's very scary.
I wasn't
Don't go
there.
to the island.
It looks like the color drains out of her already very pale face. And she says, "You mean to the north, past Junker's Edge?"
to the island where there's a guy that there's a ghost there. He's scary, right, Desi?
Well, yeah, he's pretty scary. Also, very deadly.
Yeah.
Almost murdered our friend. Also, he seems a little confused. But he's got the spirit for murder.
Well, he is a spirit.
Yeah, he is the spirit of murder.
I was gonna say that you guys are quick.
She looks like visibly upset. And she says, "Did the ghost happen to say a name or who they were?"
I wasn't there.
I was there, but I don't really remember at this point. I mean, honestly, I just came to save the friend.
She looks a little
It was in the dead of night.
disoriented.
I was half asleep.
We can investigate that after we're done investigating the stakeouts.
Okay. I'm going to have to make a lot of bombs.
She seems a little like still focused on what you're saying, and she's like, "Did the specter go by the name Jervis by any chance, or Chopper?"
I wasn't there.
Chop. He had an axe.
Yeah, the max.
I remember that. And that he was scary.
He was looking for something.
Yeah.
What was he looking for?
A treasure. And somebody.
She looks a little like startled at that and says, "Somebody in particular?"
I don't remember a lot of this stuff. This was like a week or so now.
Lady,
very-
why do you think this is about you?
She
A
turns
ghost!
She turns to look at you, and she says, "I think I'd like to know if my mother's killer is still walking around."
Oh, I mean, you know, it happens.
Ah,
She sighs and says, "My mother Verna, who taught me everything I know about the efforts that I put forth to my tailoring, was murdered by Chopper."
Oh, then yeah, there's that guy. But he's not walking around alive. Him dead. Him scary ghost.
And he hasn't come into town. She's like looking a little
He
panicked.
can't get off Ibeland.
He can't leave the island.
I don't know.
no.
Oh.
There'd be a lot more dead peoples, I think, if he could. And very scary ghosts, don't go there.
She slowly nods her head up and down and says, "I wasn't ever planning on going to that island, but that's troubling to hear that he still haunts these lands. I had thought he was long dead." And she looks like a little...
I mean,
Like
if he's a ghost, he's dead. So.
She's dealing with some shit, but she just kind of shakes it off and says, "Well, anyways, I should be started on your clothing, but if I see you tomorrow, then I look forward to your help discerning who my mysterious benefactor has been." Do any of the rest of you require any clothing of any kind, or is this all I'm working on for the time being?
I think this is it.
Wait, what did you
Oh,
say,
what?
Desi?
Unless
I
Daisy wants
actually-
something.
I actually had a question. How how hard would it be to scale down one of these outfits?
She raises an eyebrow and looks at like the humanoid-sized kind of like outfits for, you know, the average kind of like 5-ish foot human being and their poor proportions, and looks at you. And she goes, I could replicate any of these in a smaller size. I don't think I could alter to such a degree, but I could make something in your size. I have designed children's clothing, so I think it should be a similar practice.
You know, I understand what you mean. Yeah, how much would that be?
What, do you have a specific outfit in mind that you're, like, pointing to, or just, like, a general question of the...
It's a general question.
She says, well, I tell you what, we can discuss
Also, they're saying you're a little quiet.
I see. Tell
Just
you
checking
what,
chat.
there is a, if you're willing to help me and find a solution to my issues tomorrow, I'd be happy to do a decent outfit for each and every one of you free of charge.
Oh, get one for myself and for the wives and even Dixie and Oleg.
Oh, that's right, Oleg's with you guys.
Yeah, okay. Alright, you know, but ma'am, you have yourself a deal.
She nods her head and says, perfect. I don't know if any of you possess any, formal wear? Are you familiar with the concept of formal wear?
I have, formal wear. And she's talking about the wedding outfit she made.
That memory is
which
gone.
Of course she has.
Do you have that outfit in your pack, Snooty? Like
I do.
The altered nightie that you turned into the fucking... Okay. Desi, what do you want to say as a result of that nat 1, by the way?
I open my mouth like I know what formal wear was, or I feel like I should, but due to the brain damage I have sustained when that fucking boat blew up, but I nearly drowned, I'm gonna just kind of like fizzle. I'm gonna open my mouth and I'm just gonna like, I'm gonna look suddenly lost and confused a little bit, and then I'm just gonna kind of go, yeah, I know, actually, I feel like I should know, but I don't know. Is it just really tight clothing, like it's form fitting?
She shakes her head and then also looks at you, Snooty. Like, Snooty, are you taking out this outfit, or are you just mentioning it?
Oh no, she would pull that outfit completely out just to make sure that she was being understood.
So, Desi, your ramblings kind of go ignored as she turns to look at Snooty, who is now procuring her homemade wedding dress. And as you kind of unfurl it for her, Snooty, she looks impressed. Like, she looks, like, bemused and impressed. And she goes, and you made this yourself?
I found dress, and then I went, wow, wow. And then I turned it into this. And it's like fucked up. It's like been ripped bits and pieces to look more goblin-y and stuff like that, but it still looks good.
Tessie, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just gonna say, and I helped.
Desi did the helps.
She looks a little amused and says, it's a very bold choice for a... What was the purpose of this dress?
Marriage.
A wedding dress. A wedding dress. Interesting. Goblins are fascinating.
Goblins don't normally celebrate like this, but we didn't know much about marriage. Only Desi knows. Points to Desi.
Yeah. I had to explain marriage to the Goblinz.
I see. Well, she looks like almost a little bit possessed with inspiration as she's looking at your crude kind of like dress efforts and goes, I fascinating. I actually, this gives me quite an idea, but we can return to that for the future. I will. We can call it a cultural exchange. When my issue has been solved or discovered as is acceptable, I would love to design formal wear for each and every one of you four that would help you in situations of requiring it, such as weddings or funerals or attending large parties that have rather affluent guests attending them.
Fancy party outfit.
Yes, indeed. And
Star-eyed.
in the process, I would love it if you four would give your insight into designing a series of outfits for my own benefit. Just a line of clothing that might be worthwhile, perhaps touring abroad, but you've given me some thought, so thank you. It's been a very chaotic day. She looks at Oleg and says, do they bring this kind of energy everywhere they go? And he just kind of nods. And she goes, well, thank you. You've definitely knocked the dust off me today. So thank you for that.
You're very welcome, ma'am. I will make sure to get back to you with the news from our stickums, and yeah, we'll do that tonight. So do not be alarmed.
She nods her head and says, very well. She denotes like Oleg knows where she lives as well, so yeah, she basically like gives you an outline of like where it's commonly put out front of her home and what times she's generally not around at home. So if that's one you'd like to kind of case the joint, as it were, that would be probably beneficial. So like maybe at some point in the evening it would be good to start setting that up there, but for the time being you guys still have a fair bit of evening available. So she just kind of says, all right, well, if there's nothing else, if nobody needs anything else, and she looks over at Dixie, who is like unhealthily fixated on the sun hats, and she says, did you want to buy one?
How much?
Well, they vary, but generally a dozen silver or so.
All of them.
All of them?
How much?
She quickly looks over all the hats, a little confused, and she says, I suppose 20 gold to take the whole lot of my hats? Oh no! For those of you that can't see
Didn't know your name was Torres.
For those of you who can't see the full breadth of the roll log, Dixie has cast Appearance of Wealth, which she uses to summon fake money, basically.
This is just how people pay for things. I'm sure of it.
So I'll give her her will saving throw, which will be D20. D20. Let's see, she's probably got a +6 modifier. Your DC is
Our
like
DC
18.
is 19.
19. All right. So you conjure forth like a pile of gold and hand it over to her, and she just looks a little like, oh, a little confused, but otherwise it's just like, all right, help yourself to the hats, I suppose, and they're all like a little higher than you can reach, Dixie. So do you want any help on that front?
I will require a box of some sort, a carrying mechanism.
Oleg, go ahead and put me down. This is the first time I will ever ask of this. And carry the hats for Dixie, please.
Oleg looks a little surprised. And he just nods his head and goes over and the lady, she just kind of goes, well, hold on, let me get you a box. She goes and gets like a rather large hat box and just takes the lid off and throws it to the side and holds it there and is like, they should stack decently on top of one another if you just put them in here. So there's a moment where Oleg just takes every hat down from the display and boop, 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 like creates this like stack of roughly 20 different hats with like wide brims of different styles and sizes, ranging from like something you would see a farmer wearing to like a fancy lady's sundress kind of hat combination. And this big stack of about 20 hats. Oleg just kind of looks it over and starts walking towards the door. And Dixie, do you just go with him?
Fuck it, yeah.
Alright, as Dixie and Oleg are heading out the door, she just has like a look on her face and she leans over to Newt and goes, why does your friend require so many hats?
I don't know, they have a thing for hats.
I see. Well, I look forward to presenting you your outfit when it is finished. And she looks at Snooty and Desi and Newt and says, is there any other business you have with me, or shall I get to work?
I'm good.
Oh, okay.
No. No more things. We will do what we can to help.
She nods her head. And she says, very well, then, good day to you until tomorrow.
Good day, good day, good day.
Go tomorrow.
Snooty is trying to open the door, but is like,
Eventually, with some fumbling, all four of you, plus Oleg, plus 20 hats, are now outside in the front of the store. Do you have any immediate things to do with these hats, Dixie, or are you content just having Oleg holding them for now?
You can hold them for now.
Alright, fair enough. So as he acts as your hat escort, the four of you are now open to doing whatever comes next. So what's next on the docket for the evening? That killed roughly an hour of your afternoon, so you guys still have plenty of afternoon left.
Now we go to the house and feed the dog, or else he'll probably eat somebody.
Okay. We can do that. But I still have to go to Daddy Ass Blasters to get holy water.
We go there first since we're closer to there now.
Okay. Yeah. I can work on the bombs at home.
Alright, do you guys go as a group to the cathedral? Or does anyone want to split off and do something else?
I will go with the group.
Alright, perfect. In that case, Oleg, now being the hat escort, walks with your group as you guys cross town and head to the cathedral, which doesn't take very long because Sandpoint isn't very fucking big. And as you reach that spot, let me go and bring up... Ooh, excuse me. As I try not to hiccup my face off of my head. Let me just transform it correctly. There we go. So eventually you reach the cathedral, and Father Abstelar has basically at this point just gotten back to the cathedral after overseeing the court proceedings, air quotes, of the council in the town hall. So he just gets in By the time you guys have closed the gap here and he's excused himself and done all his other stuff in town and gotten back to the cathedral, he basically, to his perspective, he has just stepped into the cathedral and closed the door behind him and been like, well, that takes care of my day's business. And then the four of you, plus Oleg, show up.
Ass blaster!
Inside, you can just hear like a, oh. And then the door to the cathedral opens wide, and he looks at all of you, and then looks at Oleg, who's carrying 20 hats, and it's just kind of like, shakes his head, not wanting to ask any questions, and then goes, what is it I can do for you all?
Yeah, I just need holy water again.
He just steps to the side and gestures to the large kind of like pool that's in the middle of the cathedral and goes, you help yourself?
Thank you. Yeah, we'll get that to your hair after that. Do you think you could bless it after I get it in bottles just for, you know, just to make sure?
Absolutely, I'm happy to do so.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. So I'm just gonna go start filling up bottles.
As that's happening and everyone's just kind of standing around, he looks at Newt and says, so, a deputy now, are you?
That is right, sir.
Are you excited to help enforce the law around town?
Yeah, this town has needed help. There's been a lot of things going on. And I don't care who's at the top, because I'm gonna get to the bottom of it.
He looks a little confused and says, you believe there are greater workings afoot?
Well, as a officer of the law, you have to keep a keen eye on things. Newt's gonna, like, lean in and kind of give him, like, a little nod.
He's very bemused by this interaction for a moment, and he just
also, even though Newt doesn't have like pants on, they're gonna have their like hands kind of like tucked down as if they had them on like their belt or their pants, like while they're like walking around, kind of looking around.
All right, that works for me. So he kind of has a little bit of a chuckle for himself. Oh, excuse me. Oh my goodness. And looks over at you and just kind of like he's taking in the group of goblins and just kind of having a moment to himself. As this is all going on, Snooty, is there anything you want to do at the cathedral, or you're good just waiting for the holy water collection?
I'm good, just chilling. She's sitting down, so that way she's not standing up as much, since she has to walk this whole way because of the hat carrying.
Fair.
She doesn't have her mighty steed.
Tell me, priest Astrabub, have you had any more problems with your person stealing from your kitchen?
He laughs. Says, no, I do believe that your appearance on site has, at least for the time being, put my acolytes in more of a, shall we say, cooperative mood.
Good. If you have any troubles, please feel free to contact me and I will look into it.
He chuckles a little to himself and says, oh, don't worry. If I'm having my pantry raided again at the dead of night, you'll be the first one I turn to.
I'm glad to help.
It will be a pleasure to see how well you enforce the law around town. As you're waiting for, like, Desi to return with the holy water, she's just about finished, and he can't help himself, and he just goes, oh, like, why are you carrying 20 hats? And he just kind of looks down at Dixie and looks at him without saying anything. And just kind of does the, like, quiet gesture of his head to her. And he looks down and raises an eyebrow. And they share, like, an exchange where no words are given. And he just kind of thinks about it and then just nods as if that was enough information. And turns to look as Desi is now returning with, like, how many jars or containers of water have you got now, Desi?
Let me see. Cat, roll me a d20.
Alright, chat. Exclamation mark D20 from somebody, please.
4 days kinetic. And that we will yippee-ki-yay through the swamp, motherfucker.
Alright, 10. The chat rolled 10.
Okay, I got 4.
Alright. So you have 4 bottles of decent-sized amounts of water from the cathedral, so the father takes a little bit of time to just offer his magical blessings to your collection of water, and then sends you on your way, unless anybody has anything else that they need to do or say around the cathedral.
And to pay him 5 silver.
Oh. He will thank you for the contribution to the church.
Thank you for your time.
Absalar nods, and it just, like, he's, like, slowly closing the door, paranoid of any other random interruptions for the day, until he manages to close it, and just, you can hear, like, an audible sigh of relief inside. And now, with that, where to next? Is it back home, or do any of you have any other business in town?
We should drop off all of Dix's hats, and then we should come back for the steakums.
You know, I can't help but feel that we have just facilitated Dixie from basically getting a harem.
Yeah?
Oh, so those aren't hats. They're like Frank. They're peoples just like Frank. We've been so mean. We're sorry, Dixie.
We're sorry, Dixie.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Dixie. We did not mean to be rude to you and your collection of wives and husbands.
What?
Dixie, they appear to be apologizing to you for making any.
No, I
shows.
heard them.
All right, was that just what Dixie said in response?
Yeah.
All right. Would anyone care to further elaborate to Dixie?
Well, the hat, not hat. I mean, the you saved a bunch of these. Points to Oleg. Are they like Frank?
Oh.
Why did you buy so many of them then?
Yeah.
It's a revolution.
So you saved them, so they are like Frank.
Yeah.
It's a revolution.
Do not worry. If the hats are a rockin', we will not come a knockin'.
God.
I mean, wouldn't Dix be the one being a rock since the hats are the top on her head?
Yeah. That's true. Frank and the hats are top.
So
you
Dixie
are
is
sort
the
of
bottom?
yeah. You are sort of wow. You're sort of an insatiable scamp.
I'm
But
sorry?
you know, but whatever. As long as everybody is consenting, I don't really mind what you do. So yeah, you enjoy.
Hey, Oleg, let's go put Dix's harem in their room.
Man, if I have to learn 21 hat names, that's a lot of names. I'm going to try my best, though.
Alright. So what I'm hearing is no other business in town for the time being. It's back to the manor to store your goods and prepare for the evening,
Yes.
yes?
That is correct.
All right. Well, in that case, Calhadron, thank you very much for the resub to Effie's channel. We are going to return to the manor and deposit your, I suppose, ill-gotten gains? Okay, we'll come to that
You
later,
did
though.
sort of pull a Jenico and pay for stuff in fake fucking money.
Yeah. Also, critical, fun fact, 204 Goblin Bullshit Pool points is a great number, but what we really would like to see is 1,000 Goblin Bullshit points, because that would be an even greater number. What?
Yeah, I thought something happened at every 100.
Yeah.
At some point, yes, but I'm just trying to get everybody to shoot for the stars here. I was going to elaborate. Every 100 points we get to along that line, I will come up with some incentives. Then please, for the love of fuck, somebody don't just drop 100 points right now. I mean, I guess you could if you really wanted to, but I need to work on that. I need to get those lined out. So, pending, I will announce what we can unlock with each subsequent level of 100 points that are in the pool. But for the time being, yes, that is a lot of Goblin Bullshit Pool points, but just think of it as like every chunk of those that we have also means that we can do more with this project and keep the wheels greased, essentially, because, yeah, that's a big important part. So if you guys like what you see and enjoy interacting with the shit, that's a good way to go. But for the time being, as you guys return to your manor and drop off your hat harem, is there anything you guys want to do around? Now, keep in mind, you also have the when you get to the house, the two guys, Horit and Corgi, the two barbarians, are waiting for you there, and they ask like, what do you want them to be doing? Basically, like what they're working for you for 2 weeks for free right now. What job do you want to give them first?
What I'd like you to do is, first of all, do any of you know how to make a fence?
They look at each other and yeah, we know how to make fences. Yeah.
Okay. What I would like to do is I would like to get a fence set up in the backyard, so we can keep the goat and the chickens when they are not running around. And I will give you a list of things that I require, and I will have you go into town to purchase said things. I will also give you extra spending money to get necessities.
They look at each other with like a look of like. One of them goes, how much extra spending money are we talking here?
It depends.
On?
Well, it depends on how much you think you need.
Oh boy. Oh my goodness. Alright, so your list of what you need them to get you is basically the materials necessary to build an enclosure in the back of the manor to house livestock, yes?
Oh, it's going to be an enclosure and then a living dwelling, basically like a cabin in the back.
Oh, so you want them to build you a cabin as well as like a livestock enclosure?
Well, I mean, if they can't build it, I'll have somebody come do it. But I did promise them lodging in the backyard.
They're not like carpenters, but they could give it their best. I suppose that would really. I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna look at each other and kind of think about it for a second, and the temptation is pretty strong for them to say something. But eventually they just settle on. You know what would work is if we took a trip to the Carpenters Guild. Asric could probably help us build something pretty effective there if you're willing to pay his prices.
Okay, then here. She's going to take out a piece of paper and she's going to start writing stuff down. I want one livestock pen with a cover system, so if it rains or is cold, they have some place to go to stay warm. And then I would also like a shack mead basically, let's see here. Let's go. She's gonna look up the guys up and down and try to like decide square footage, and be like, hold on. I have to find the average square footage of a cabin. So.
You don't really need to be specific about those details. We could just say that you outline that, unless you really want to. But
1,000 square foot cabin.
Story?
1,000 square foot cabin.
Okay. Oh yeah. All right.
That's not that big. It's not small, but it's not that big.
When I thought cabin, I thought you meant like basically just a step above shed, but this is like a legit cabin, so that's fair. Why?
It is a guest house or well, we could turn it into other things, but what they are under employ, they should have a place that they can do their food and entertain themselves.
Oh, so you want these guys to live in the cabin?
Yeah, they're not living in the house.
Okay.
I don't trust them. They get to live in the nice little cabin, and it will be furnished and everything. They can have their guy pad and everything. I just don't want to wake up one day and all the fucking silverware is robbed, and there's a note that says, "Scribble, scribble, scribble, scribble. I can't write." You know?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Oh fuck! All right. Yeah. So the Carpenters Guild would definitely be able to help with that situation then for sure, and they basically outline like, give them the outline of what's gonna happen, and maybe they can get somebody to come to the area and do like an assessment of like what needs to be built, because they thought like. The two of them thought about it for a moment, like, oh yeah, we can totally just build that for ourselves, and you could tell like it was more of like they want to pocket as much money for as little effort as possible, but when you mentioned that it's like their home, the tune shifts a little bit. So they decide that, yeah, they're gonna go get somebody from the Carpenters Guild to come do an assessment of the space and basically like plot it out. So that's what they'll go take care of today, is look for somebody to come up and be like, hey, give us a quote for this area and how much material, blah blah blah, etc., etc., and then they'll pass that along to you.
Okay. Yeah. That sounds good.
All right. Then they also ask, kind of shyly and politely, for a couple of silver to get themselves some food while they're in town.
And to give them a gold piece each.
So generous. After they were already paid out by Snooty at the courthouse, no less.
Well, I did, and I'm gonna remind them. I'm gonna be like, I don't have any sort of alcohols at the premises at the moment that I am aware of, and I know that you guys like to drink. If you are going to drink, please do it outside. But you know, you are welcome during this period. We will set up a room for you guys. However, if you damage the room, it will be coming out of your pay.
They nod and say that it's going to be a little hard for them anyways, because the last place in town they were able to get booze from that they hadn't been booted out of was the Fat Man's Feed Bag, and apparently it exploded just recently, and they're confused as to how that came to pass, and kind of offer their thoughts on what they think might have happened. And the one of them just thinks that like it was a divine retribution, and the other one just thinks it was improper storage, and they're arguing about it.
Whatever happened, if you're having issues getting into drink, the person at the Carpenters Guild use some of the extra money to buy them a drink if they go get you both some booze.
The intervention was divine.
Ignore her. She's sort of on a power trip today.
They nod and ask if there's anything else you need of them before they head into town and start making arrangements for the Carpenters Guild.
No, that's all. Also, it's not really a power trip. She really can, do. Yeah, I would just I would just treat her nicely. Actually, I treat everybody nicely. Less lightning that way. Bye.
They look confused, staring at one another for a moment, and then after dismissing themselves, and where do you want the hats to go, Dixie?
They can come in my room.
All right, perfect. So they are deposited within your room. And
Do you remember which room is my room?
I do not.
It is the bathroom. It is my room. No one else can have it. I
Yeah,
claimed it.
Claimed that it's your room.
Yes.
That's all right. I think maybe Desi is the only one who understands the concept of a toilet. And aside from you, Dixie. But Snooty, do you have anything aside from making sure that Ghoulie hasn't eaten any neighbors and is fed that you want to concern yourself with in the building, or are you good for now?
Yeah, she's gonna go up to him and just be like, "You didn't eat nobody's while we were out, right?"
Ghoulie vehemently shakes his head left and right, as in like, no, I did not get a chance to eat anybody today.
Okay, good. If that case, Oleg, can you cut off leg from the thingy in the other place, so he has treat, so he no eat nobody.
Oleg looks a little confused at this development, and he just kind of looks at he looks at Ghoulie for a minute and looks at you, and he goes, "I'm no expert, but do you have to feed a ghoul every day?" And there's just like a low, like, from Ghoulie.
Oh. Well, I don't want him to eat new house peoples, new house help. Otherwise, we lose. We get in trouble.
He nods his head and says,
I know won't get in trouble.
That's fair, but I don't know how much. He looks at Ghoulie like a little confused and says, "How much meat," he does like air quotes, "do you even need to eat every day? I know I can go a couple of days without eating if I really need to. Water's a different matter, but I don't think you need to drink water, do you?" And Ghoulie's just kind of like looking left and right, and then looks at you, Snooty, and is like considering, do you have any like input you want to get a truth out of Ghoulie here, or do you let him just speak for himself, Snooty?
I let him speak for himself. I don't know anything about ghouls.
I was just seeing more if there was a thing you wanted to add to Oleg's inquiry or not, but if not, then I'll let him talk.
Yeah, let Ghoulie talk. It'd be funny.
Alright. Ghoulie just kind of looks a little, like, suspicious and says, "Ghouls need dead little bits of dead meat every day." That's right.
Hold on a
You
minute.
sound like shit.
Hold on a minute. How much meat did you eat when you was at the church?
He thinks about it for a minute and goes, "Well, every now and then we would dig out a dead body and we would share it amongst the group for a week.
That is not the word for every day.
What?
You have been spoiled, Ghoulie.
The ghoul dog just looks a little like and he goes, but Ghoulie can't grow good without corpse meat every day."
You get treat every day. Then when you do something special, you get whole foot. So you only get fingies for now.
Fine.
Go cut off fingy from the thingy.
Oleg just sighs. Nods his head, like, surprisingly okay with butchering a dead human being.
Well, I mean, it was a human, not an orc. I mean, come on.
Also, I love that, like, I really hope you guys feed all of him to Ghoulie before the two dudes who work for you come into the house. For any reason, and perhaps make that discovery.
They're not allowed in that part of the kitchen, so there, we'll just say that.
Sure, sure.
We'll have Ghoulie sit in front of it and everything. You know, it's fine. You know.
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. Alright, so Ghoulie is fed a thingy, and makes do with that, kind of grumbly, just kind of being like, and anything else, Snooty, or shall I do a check-in with Newt?
Check in with Newt.
Alright, Newt, anything around the house that gives you a priority, or are you pretty much just waiting until everyone's done and then you can go to Steakums?
Newt will just go back to working on the wives' secret room.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
The secret wife room, remember?
The secret wife room with the bookshelf. Newt started cutting down trees and carrying logs and stuff in, and I don't think anyone saw what Newt was working on yet.
Oh, no, nobody...
Behind the painting of the ugly children.
Right. God damn. You just... Every chance you guys get, you just shit on the Scarnettis.
So I just don't like kids. Most kids are very gross.
Fair. They're not exactly lookers anyway.
Especially fresh-born ones. They're like misshapen potato aliens.
Fucking God. Alright. Does anyone take an interest in Newt's home craft project, or is it funnier if you guys just wait until she does a ta-da?
I kind of want to see the ta-da.
Yeah, the ta-da.
Alright, Newt. On your rough estimate, do you think this is a project that would take you only the better part of an afternoon to finish, or a couple of days?
She's building a small structure and dragging in, so it'd probably, I don't know, it would probably, she worked on it already the other day, so she could probably get it done either today or the next day, depending on how much time they have.
Give me, well, I guess that depends on how long you guys are going to stay here before you go out for the Steakums. So, Desi, is there anything else you want to do around the house while you're back at the manor?
Absolutely. I'm going to be working on bombs.
Okay. All right. So
I will be making a non-fragmentary version of the bombs I did before, which is essentially combining ingredients, adding basically an agitator, which would be alchemist fire, which is basically napalm, going into a bomb made out of essentially just a casing of of holy water. So when you shake it and then drop it, it just breaks that inner seal, combines the two, and then has the steam released as a cloud.
Oh. You want to create holy water tear gas?
Yeah.
Are you just going down the Geneva Convention and like checking all the boxes? Like, is that your goal? Like, I'm looking forward to seeing what war crimes you commit next.
I mean, look. I already have blight bombs, which are poison. I could legitimately just go buy a big vat of honey, mix that in with my fucking alchemist fire and some blight bomb, and I could just make some fucking nasty ass shit. if I really wanted to.
Huber, what do I need to say again? Please tell me.
Oh, again. They were like, are you going on the Geneva Convention? Again.
I mean, she sort of already did make... Well, it wasn't napalm. It was more like fucking sarin gas. It was like mustard gas, but like anti... Yeah. So that was the first instance. The mustard gassing of the ghouls was the first instance of a horrendous mass extinction event.
Look, I'm making that again, except there's no concentrated nail bombs in there. Because, I don't want to hurt the manor.
Alright, you know what? That's fair.
Yeah.
Without minimal property damage, but maximum spectral damage is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
You wanna start building a proton pack while we're at it, or shall I just leave it good at the
A proton pack probably would be handy considering how many fucking ghosts are in this goddamn town. If you're giving me that option, I bet I could basically eliminate half the campaign combat in one go. Just give me a positive energy shooting wand, actually.
Oh god, what have I done? Alright, well, I leave Desi to contemplate her newest, horrifying, bastardization of science. Mad scientist alchemist Desi over here, just coming up with all kinds of inventions. And the worst part about it is it's always so fucking plausible. I can't do anything other than say, yeah, that'll work. But, Desi is doing crafting. Snooty's dealing with ghoulish shenanigans. Newt is undertaking her own projects. Dixie is currently, I would say, laying down with her hats at the moment, but not in that way. And I guess Oleg is just kind of wandering around, wondering, like, oh, he's probably with Snooty. He's probably just keeping you company, Snooty. So my question is, do you guys want to head out, like, earlier, or do you just want to, like, be over near what's-her-name's house, like, close to midnight-ish? Like, you guys could potentially leave in the evening and go to the, the glassworks, and then go stake out the place, if you wanted to. Or you can just do one after the other, because the glassworks isn't really going anywhere, whereas the stuff with what's-her-name is a little more time-sensitive. So I guess my question to you collectively as a group is, do you want to stay and just do your things until it's, like, really late at night and go do your stakeout? Or do you want to go to something else in that time before then?
That's a good question. I'm holed up for a little bit making these. So I guess after I get done making the bombs, I will go to the kitchen and it will make us some steak-'em snacks.
All right.
Because you can't have a steak-ums without food.
I'm hearing an evening in until the steak-ums.
I make us pretty bitchin' sandwiches.
Did you just give me a crafting roll for sandwiches?
Yeah, what role would you want for not sandwiches?
No, crafting would make sense. It would be very, very much so make sense in this situation.
Yeah, I'll tell you what kind of sandwiches I'm making, by the way, if you'd like.
Sure.
Cool, I'm taking hashers of pork belly and I'm basically frying them, and then what I'm doing is I'm taking potato bun rolls, I'm slicing them, and then setting them off to the side. Then I'm getting lettuce, tomato, onion, cheese, and basically a garlicky mayonnaise, and I'm assembling them, some of those, and then I'm making a PBs and J's, essentially, and then a few ham, Swiss, bacon, lettuce, tomato, club sandwiches as well, because that sounds like a lot of food, but then you gotta realize we're bringing Oleg along.
I see. Wait, Oleg is gonna come along for the stakeout?
Who's carrying Snippy? I'm just saying. Look.
Oleg has become party mount for non-combat encounters.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Oleg is getting paid.
In what?
Clothes.
Free real estate.
What touch?
Sorry, what did you say, Snooty?
What?
Yeah.
Alright. So since you guys are basically left to your own devices in the house, Newt, can you give me a crafting roll, please, to see how well you wrap up your project, shall we say?
Oh yeah. Well, where's crafting?
It's not terrible. Well, first I should ask, are you good with that roll?
Yeah.
Alright, second, because of the nature of some of the things you're doing in order to build this, I think I needed to roll from chat. So, exclamation mark D20 chat, for, some extra, crafting, elements that, need to be considered when it comes to Newt's wild magics.
There will also be a magic being casted, so yeah, that would help.
Alright, 13, that's not bad. It's above average, you know. Yeah, I'd say that unless what you're looking to build is extremely complex, just before you guys head out for the stakeout, you would have finished whatever it is you've been building in there.
Wives!
Hold
Wives,
on.
come see.
Okay, hold on.
Ah.
I'm gonna put down all of my frickin' things that I've been using to basically make bombs. And I'm gonna run over.
So when you like look in, like kind of towards the back of the room, you know, where there's that kind of that circular area where the windows are, you'll see that Newt had removed part of the floor, and had built basically put a little border and grew a tree there. So there's just a tree in front of those windows, and then there's like a spiral staircase going up the tree, and then up in the top is like a little tree house with a big bed, like a goblin type bed.
Pretty.
That is amazing.
Now we can sleep and feel more at home.
That is, that's pretty good. Also, the plant will put a lot of oxygen in the room.
I didn't know what to do with the couches, so I just pushed them over to the other side of the room.
I don't really understand the purpose of the couches.
I have idea. We get rope, right? And we put them here and here, and then you made tree, and we hang them from the tree, and we use a swing.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
It's the bedroom swing.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, get your minds out of the gutter.
This was the best spot because the center of the room is all stone, but this little area was perfect to grow tree.
Yeah.
And tree will get plenty of sunlight and water because for some reason the lake is so close to the house.
Yeah, I thought that was a little odd too. It seems like an oversight, but yeah. Yep, there's a workable tree that you've grown and built into this space that now houses a very relatively goblinoid. It looks like a goblin made it, for sure, but it's kind of, to anybody in this room, it would be kind of a homey, cute little addition. That even though it's kind of a messy, like, shut up. Holy fuck. Also, Chariot, thank you very much for the raid. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
Welcome, everybody.
Yo.
Go ahead, Nate.
Did
Hey,
I get
Chariot, how you doing? Hello.
Did I get a high enough roll that like the because is it like the treehouse kind of is grown out of the tree some?
Yeah,
Or-
you're
okay.
I'd say that because you're using magic in the process, that you're kind of like making a bit of a I would say semi-druidic effort of it.
Yeah.
That the construction that you have made is part nature, part goblin ingenuity. So like, it looks a bit better than just some dumb fuck 12-year-old took some boards from a construction site kind of thing. It has an aesthetic to it that's kind of a pleasant.
Boy.
But, yeah, again, thank you very much. What the fuck is the command? There we go. Yeah, Chariot, thanks for the raid. We appreciate it. We're very close to going on our break here. Just have a couple last little things to do at the Goblissi Manor until it's time for
Yes,
the
I'm glad that you
steakums.
have embraced the Goblissi.
Yep. Anyways, so now that you've built this amazing, what do I even call it? A tree. I guess it is just a tree house within a house. Treehouseception? I don't know. There might be a better term for it, but treehouse works for now. Yeah, this seems like a great place to, like, I assume you designed it with the intent that all of you guys would be able to just, like, sleep in a pile in this little treehouse.
Yeah. It's classic. It's goblin, goblin housing, but nicer and more comfy.
Fair.
I took actual bed mattress and put it in house.
I'll have to see if I can get the map remade. Otherwise, I'll just put in a tree for the future. But for the time being, yeah, now you have a internal treehouse, very well built there, Newt, and you guys have got that all set up. So, anything else you want to do with this space or this moment before we get to the steakums part of the evening? All right. So,
No, that's good.
Desi gives everybody sandwiches for dinner. For the you know what? I'll come back to what we're gonna run into before you guys leave. For the time being, yeah, I think I have to visit the Pudor, as we call it. So for the time being, I think what I'm going to do is what we're going to do is I'm going to bring up the goblin image here, the collective of the goblins, and we will pause the ambience. There we go. All right, everybody. So with our newly acquired 20 hats and the construction, the completed construction of an interior treehouse and the pending project of carpentry from behind, I think as the remainder of the evening winds down for the goblins, there will be some things we need to check in with. But before we do that, I am going to call our break because my dinner is rebelling. So, to that effect, before we go on our little break here, just a reminder to those of you who might just be new here, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. And if you're interested, there is a bunch of links there that you can follow. Each and every one of us is a streamer on Twitch, and you can join us at those links there. And you can also check out the archives there and a list of everybody who's contributed from our guest goblins and all that other stuff. So anybody who's ever been part of the project for whatever contributions gets put on that master list. So if you want to check that out, that would be great. Otherwise, before we head out, does Effie, do you have anything you need to say, or shall we go to the BRB?
No, that's it. We will be back. I will get you your BRB video.
Hell yeah. All right. Stay tuned to chat for Effie's BRB video you can watch while we go to our BRB screen. But for now, goblins, say goodbye for now, and we will return in about 15 minutes.
Bye for now. Yeah.
Goodbye for now.
Bye for now.
Yeah, like I was saying, you'd be surprised how much zucchinis could fit in there. Like, it's a lot of zucchinis. Oh,
I thought you were a cat. I thought you'd be scared of zucchinis and like cucumbers and stuff like that. That's a lot.
Yeah,
Only if she can see them.
Yeah, only if I can see them.
So who's putting these zucchinis there?
What? Huh? Oh,
What?
the grocery store lady. Yeah, they have these little bags that you can buy at zucchini, and when you're doing zucchini parm.
Oh, that's so nice of them. That's seriously really sweet of them to do that for you, especially since you're a cat and all.
Yeah.
You
well,
think
like
that
they
they're
put them in the
snakes.
baguette bag, the brown paper bag with only the little window, and they put a price sticker over it. You'd be surprised how many they can fit in there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, we're live. My bad.
Oh shit. Sorry.
Everybody gets 2 XP.
Nice.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. This is more Goblin Shenanigans. We're kicking it back off the break, so if we were gone for a bit while. Honey is not feeling well, and I decided that it would just be best if she took the time to rest for the remainder of the session, just so that she's all well and good for some very important shenanigans to come to pass tomorrow. So we want to make sure that she's well rested and in good health for Aether tomorrow, because we are going to be unveiling a map that she has been working on for a while. So, with that all said and done, if you could please give her a follow on her her Twitch, Honey Oni Twitch, that would be very kind of all of you who are willing to do so. And then otherwise, you know, if you guys like what you see here and have a little bit of extra coin to throw around, we always accept people making contributions through subscriptions, donations, or bits towards the Goblin Bullshit Pool. So every $10 we get in revenue on our end from any of those sources goes towards increasing the pool by 1 point per $10. So if you guys are like, hey, I like this stuff and I want them to be able to do cooler, crazier things, the biggest thing that is in the way of us doing any crazy shit is a budget. So if you want to help expand our budget, we can do all kinds of crazy shit. But outside of that, thank you for tuning in, those of you who have already, and we appreciate your support. And now, hey Goblins, are you guys ready to get back into the action?
I am ready to get back into the action. Yeah.
Good. All right. Well, in that case, what we're going to do is I'm going to see if there's anything that works here. I think this probably works. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just go with this until I get a better, like, town ambience. Okay, so I also need to make a nighttime variant of the Sandpoint map at some point. Okay, so Desi is afraid of cucumbers.
Oh God, it's just like real life.
It's just like real life. You die in D&D, you die in real life.
Oh God.
Oh, goodness gracious. All right. So, for the time being, what I'm going to do is bring us back over to the Sandpoint town map so we can get a sense of what's going on. I'm just going to throw Dixie in the harbor for now. She can swim, right? Anyways. So, it is now the evening time. And we have come to the kind of like turning point. It's probably maybe close to about an hour before midnight when it will become the next day. And you guys are now going to engage Operation Steakums outside of, we'll just call her Rin for short, Rin's household, to see who has been leaving her kind of like birthday presence that she's never been able to catch anybody who is responsible for it. So, with that in mind, as the four of you head out from the building, you have come to discover that Dixie has now collapsed into a pile of newly acquired hats and fallen fast asleep in the manor, and decided that this matter doesn't probably require all four of you to be present to solve, so leaving her to her sleep back in what it was, the Goblinz Estates. Back in your new manor home, you leave her to her own devices to sleep there and head into town to set up outside of the home of Rin. So, to that effect, I would like to know, what efforts are you guys going to make to kind of stay hidden during this Steakums, as it were?
I'm putting the cloak over my head even though I'm being carried to try to be sneaky.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm going to wrap up in the cloak. And I'm already kind of small, so I'm just going to climb up into one of the trees and pretend to be an owl.
Okay. I don't think there are a lot of trees in the center of Sandpoint. You're basically going to be scouting out her home, which is kind of mixed up in High Street. So her home is like in near kind of like High Street and Frog Alley, to the north of where she has her business, essentially. So that's kind of the area you guys will be posted up in. So I want to know, before I have anybody roll for things, if what other extra measures you guys are going to be taking during the Steakums to ensure that you are not detected. So far I'm hearing Desi and Snooty, you guys are kind of like throwing a cloak over yourselves and trying to be less obvious.
Yeah, even though I'm being carried.
What's the area
Yeah.
look like around the house?
It's a fairly densely packed set of houses. The best place you could probably hide in this area to not be seen, it would probably be on a roof somewhere across the street or in a building like nearby. Although
To the roof.
All right. Is that what I'm hearing? You guys are going to kind of like camp out on the roof and watch
Yeah.
the front of the house?
Yeah, that sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah. I put my hood up.
All right. Everybody wearing their fucking hoods. Okay. Fair enough. So you climb up onto the roof, and I need...
Wait, Desi, did you want to hide in a tree? Because I can make a tree if you want to hide in it.
That's the tree, would look more natural, but the roofs are already here.
Okay.
We might, you know what? We might need a getaway tree, so save it.
Got it.
Fucking getaway tree. Alright. So I need either acrobatics or athletics rolls from everybody to see how smooth your roof climbing goes, essentially.
Do I need it for holding on to Oleg, right?
Ah!
Oh boy. Yes. You need it for staying attached to Oleg. Alright, let's see if Oleg fucks up as bad as Vachetti did. Oleg, go. Not great, but like also why?
Not again!
Desi, can you give me your roll? Okay, perfect. So damn, that was a 2.
I know it wasn't great.
It's a good thing you have a lot
Even
of
have
passive
just have better to climbing too.
Yeah. All right. So
We're all sleepy. It's all those sandwiches.
Yeah, you gave everybody the meat sweats. Now everyone's all sleepy and shit. So Newt, as you're going to climb up onto the roof with everybody else, which is taking a bit because Oleg isn't exactly the best of like navigating kind of urban environments on the vertical sense. Newt, as you're climbing up, you get close to the top and your foot gives way and you fall a distance. Is there anything you want to do as you're falling, or shall I just tell you how much damage you take?
Actually, there is something I will do.
Mm-hmm.
I will use inside rope and try to lasso something as I fall.
Okay.
What skill check would that be?
It would be a general dexterity, but for the purpose of clicking a button that makes your life easier, I will just call it another acrobatics. There you go. Alright, so as you eat shit off the side of this building, with your quick thinking, you summon your inside ropes and rope it around one of the nearby chimneys, and kind of stop yourself from making an impact with the ground. And as that's happening, Oleg stops midway up to stop himself from audibly vomiting as he's trying to climb up holding with Snooty on his back, and is just kind of like, oh, that's terrible. And just continues climbing up onto the roof.
Climb the inside rope to get to the top.
You climb your own organs to reach the top of the building, and eventually, after settling in, all I need from each of you now is a stealth roll to see how well you keep to the Steakums. Alright, that's an 8 from Snooty.
I need to see Oleg's roll.
Okay. I mean, you want him to hold you while you're on the roof, too?
No, Mother,
You really have to ask?
Alright. That's fair. His roll is a 5.
Can we just have him lay down flat so that he doesn't have to worry about hiding?
Yeah.
We use him as a bench. No, he
Yeah,
just sits down. We use him as a
he's
bench.
gonna lay down with Snooty, and then they don't have to worry about hiding. And
Snooty
I'm
would
gonna,
be all for just laying down, letting everybody else do the work. Truthfully,
I'm gonna Goblin push it, go.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and do that while I reduce that.
No, it's worse.
God.
Oh my goodness! All right, let's see what you get. You're 1 year younger.
This I like how I keep getting younger and everyone else keeps getting older.
Soon it'll be the Adventures of the Goblin Senior Citizens featuring Baby Newt.
Oh.
All right, so I would say that translating your suggestion, it seems that Oleg and Snooty are both incredibly ill-equipped for a steakums. As you guys are sitting on the roof trying to just wait patiently and watch out, they just can't keep their shit together. Like, they're fiddly, and Oleg just keeps bringing up loud conversations and blah, 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 and eventually Newt and Desi, you just kind of tell Snooty and Oleg to just lie down and stay out of sight and be as quiet as they can.
Yeah. How early did we get here?
By the time you're set up on the roof, it is now roughly around like 12:30 at night. So like the next day has just started.
Okay. Whenever it's been long enough, I will attempt to do another stealth roll. Hopefully, guy doesn't show up before then.
All right.
But I mean, he'll have disadvantage, right? He's probably not looking at roofs, right?
Yeah, 100%. That's very true. What I do want to know, though, as this is happening, Oleg just decides to like lie flat on the roof and just not move at all. But he's kind of restless and bored. Where are you lying, Snooty?
oh, absolutely on top of him, regardless.
Oh my god. Okay, so you're still using him as a trusty mount.
He's a pillow as well, so it's perfect.
All right, are you lying face down or with your head on his like face down or face up?
I'm looking at the sky because I need a proper bed.
All right, so you're using him as basically like a bed.
Yep.
Okay, that's fair. So, as you guys are lying there, Desi and Newt, you two are very quietly contemplating, like keeping your eye out on the front of the building. And this is going to be a little bit of a roll off at some point here too, but I'll get to you in a minute. But as Snooty and Oleg are basically out of the equation for that consideration, Oleg is just kind of lying there, and for like maybe about 10 minutes, everything seems good, and then he just seems kind of restless. And he's like, Snooty.
What?
It's not that I'm. It's not that this isn't comfortable and all, but do you need to? Do you need to just? Do you have to be lying on me the whole time?
The roof is hard and you're not.
Can't. Shut it. Shut it.
I
None
said
of
it
you
that way
say
for a
what was
reason.
about to come. Mine. All you shut the fuck up. So Oleg is lying there. He just sighs and says, "Yeah, all right. I can't argue that. It's a nice night. Stars are out, pretty bright."
Oleg!
Oh, look at that one.
What, Newt?
It's a steakums!
I'll be quiet.
Amateurs.
It's okay. They just don't know the meaning of vengeance and justice.
Oh, goodness. All right, I'm gonna roll. Oops, that's not what I meant to roll. Let's, there we go. Oh. Ooh. Oh, boy. All right, Desi and Newt, as the night progresses, can I get a perception roll from both of you, please?
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, so close. Oh, hold on, my ear is very itchy.
I tried.
Okay, there we go. I fixed it. Oh, that was really driving me nuts. All right. Anyways, so as you guys are sitting up there on the roof, and Oleg is just awkwardly like trying not to. He's like, he just can't stop talking, and you guys should just keep having to shut him the fuck up because he's just like in this awkward situation of like, what do I do with my hands? And as he's lying there for a bit, Newt, you squint your eyes and can see a creature that seems to be coming out of the window of Rin's house. It's like it's kind of like a two-story affair with like a little attic space, and there's one of those little like roof attic like window things, and the door or the window is opening a little bit from the top of the attic, and it opens just a small amount, not super noticeably and very quietly, and you watch as this very quiet creature that looks like... Actually, you might have some experience interacting with these creatures. Give me a... Newt, you're gonna give me a... what is the best roll here that I could ask of you? Probably a nature roll, actually. Yeah, give me a nature roll, please.
Nature rolls, go!
Alright, this thing looks like an you have a familiarity enough with weird creatures that you would discover in the home that you had come from in the wilderness that you spent time around, and one of these things is a little more like, not as commonly encountered, but you do have a bit of an experience with strange fey creatures from time to time. And this thing you recognize as what is commonly called a quickling. They are very fast-moving little fey creatures that look like small green humanoids who look like a combination of, like a little person who's also kind of, has kind of insectoid features, but this quickling, as it comes crawling out of the window, looks pretty fucking ugly. Like, this thing, like, quicklings aren't super attractive normally, and this one is, like, exceptionally so. Like, looking at it...
Out of her attic?
Yeah, it came out of the window of her attic.
Okay.
Now, do you want to do anything about it right now, or do you want to turn and try to let everybody else know what you see?
I'll let Desi know, and I'll just tell Oleg to be quiet preemptively.
All right, give me another stealth roll to see how well you manage to quietly tell everybody what you see.
It's fine. This is going to be the best roll.
That's not bad, actually. Do you want to just keep it?
Oh, yeah, no. Every time I've used goblin bullshit, it's been worse.
You sure now? You can
Yeah,
get a real
I'm
high
sure.
number.
I'm sure. No, I'm sure. I'm sure.
All right. Oh, wow. All right. He doesn't notice. Interesting. So you kind of...
More like dumbling.
Fucking God. All right. Newt, can you role play out how you let everybody know what you see?
Desi, psst. Psst.
Yeah, I'm
Right there. See it? Past him.
What the fuck is that?
It's a quick-a-mulling. It's a fey creature.
Ah, understandable.
Oleg, shut the fuck up.
Oleg like lifts his head above you. Snooty, you overhear their kind of like slight conversation. How do you want to react? Are you still comfortably using Oleg as a bed, or do you want to like get up and take a look too?
She starts eating some crackers that she grabbed from the kitchen before she left, and is just like nomming on them.
And I'm sure why everyone's trying to be
You're
quiet.
loudly,
It sounds way louder.
loudly just eating crackers. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
A roof. There's no way somebody would hear
No,
it.
no,
Give
but like
me-
you know what I mean when you're trying to be
Give me
quiet and like like
Yeah.
even though it's not loud enough to signal where you are, it sounds so much louder. So I'm just imagining Snooty being like, crunch.
Give me a stealth roll, please, Snooty. Yeah, he doesn't. You guys all think that Snooty's making a horrible racket, but he doesn't seem to be reacting. Oh my god.
Cracker. Mm,
That's okay.
you want one?
No. I'm okay. Shh. We found a quick-a-milling.
What's a quick-a-milling?
I don't know, but it's down there and it's kind of ugly looking.
Shoves cracker in your mouth.
Okay, those are pretty good. Got one more.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah, here you go. Mhm, mhm, mhm.
So, as you watch, the Quickling unfurls like he looks like he came out of the roof with like some kind of package strapped over his back, and as he hit the package and looks around paranoid, but he doesn't see any of you because he rolled a fucking 8. And as he's just kind of chilling there, he just slowly unfurls the bindings of this package, takes it out, puts like a small well-wrapped box in front of the door, and then just kind of pushes it into a space where it would be kind of a little hidden away from general passerbys, and then takes his wrapping and looks around again, and then he starts climbing up the wall once more. Do any of you want to do anything about him right now, or do you let him...
Is he going back into the attic?
Yeah, 2 things I'll let you know, Newt. One is it looks like he's going back up into the attic from where you are, and from your roll, you know that Quicklings are some of the fastest things you've ever fucking seen in your life. Like, they're like little fucking Sonic the Hedgehog insect people.
Okay. Newt's gonna go, it's just this time, and lower their goggles over their eyes.
Okay.
And if in case you don't remember, they have Tracker's goggles.
Mm-hmm.
That gives them a bonus. So I'm gonna start creeping my way to track it.
Okay. If you're not making any immediate actions, you can see that it just climbs back up into the attic like door or window thing.
Yeah. I'm gonna cautiously approach, and then like try to climb up into the attic.
All right. If you're gonna try to climb up into the attic through the window up there, you're gonna need to give me either an acrobatics or an athletics.
No! Climbing my one weakness.
Can I grab her and try to help her?
You can, yeah. If you were going with
Yeah.
Newt when she was going up into the window, you can give me an attempt that will be your
Okay,
acrobatics roll as well.
Okay, and it's climbing?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right. I'll say that you just barely managed to snag Newt's clothes, which humorously to you means that because of the nature of the way her her floating 1 foot above the ground works, you just kind of snag her and she's very light. So you're like holding her, maybe like you stop her like a foot above, like half a foot above the ground, and then just kind of gently lower her, and she stops a foot above the ground. And to Newt, to your perspective, that is like you have been stopped falling, even though technically that's where you stand normally.
Thank you. You saved my life.
You know what that vibe's for, I guess. I just didn't want to see you get hurt.
All right. Newt, give me another acrobatics or athletics to see if you can get up there. There you go. Desi, you can just have it. It's a really easy climb, and you rolled a 17 already, so...
Yeah.
I just wanted to see if we had to repeat this process over and over, but it looks like Newt got her shit together this time around, so... As the two of you are climbing up, Snooty, you and Oleg kind of like on the roof there, he's like helping himself to some of your crackers too, and you're just sitting up there and having a conversation. He's like, wait, hold on, I can make this better. 1 second.
You got crackers, dude? Let's go.
Yeah, crackers.
Cracker eating D&D stream.
Listen, it's 3 in the morning. I need to eat more food.
Snooty,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
where did you even get these crackers?
I found them in the kitchen.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know, the Scarnettis... Hold on, I'm just gonna grab another one here.
Here you go.
Yeah, thank you. They're left there, man, they're pretty well stocked. I mean, we've been able to make all kinds of good food, huh?
Yeah. It's almost as if they left in like a hurry or something.
Yeah, they're definitely okay.
Yeah. Should we go and help them? Or do you think they got it?
I think they got it. Did you see the size of that little guy? He was honestly really small. I mean, well, I don't think we're really gonna help up there.
It was really fast. You want to see what's in the gift? You want to puts in the box? You want to see what's in there?
Oh no! He chokes a little bit on cracker. I don't think we should. I mean, that's a gift food. Every time I forget her name. Fuck. Rin.
Yeah, but what if it was a bad gift this year and she get in trouble and get hurt?
Give me a fucking.
I just want to open things.
Give me a diplomacy roll.
Hey, let's go diplomacy. Yeah, here we go. Diplomacy eats cracker in his face.
He takes another cracker.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know, actually, you make a pretty good point. Maybe we should check the box in case it's a bad one this year.
Yeah. And she does. She sits up and she does grabby hands, and she's like, "Carry me down."
All right. I'm gonna roll for his descent. Alright, it's not graceful, but it's quiet, so... yeah, you're
Me holding on to him.
Yeah, eating crackers just loudly in his ear. So, Snooty and Oleg, you go down and decide to take a look at the package, and meanwhile, by that point, Desi and Newt, you two have scaled up to the side of the building, and, leaning in to the little, like, attic window, you can see the smallest, tiniest little bit of light. Like, it's like a small... Like, somebody has created a version of, like, the Borrowers living in somebody's fucking attic with, like, a light that's made from fireflies. Like, there's a very minimal amount of light, and then somebody has made a bunch of handcrafted tiny-ass furniture in here. And, looking inside, you can see the creature is just kind of like readjusting and getting himself like settled into like a small chair, and is reading his what appears to be like a book, but like it's a human-sized book, so he's like he has to get up every now and then and physically turn the page quite like largely, just like and sit back down. But he looks to be reading it and kind of just sipping at some kind of adorable sized little acorn teacup. So how do the two of you want to proceed, seeing this creature in the attic? Normally, Newt, also, you're familiar with Quicklings to be... They're assholes. Like, they are... they're, like, unapologetically, like, little shits. And, often are quite, eager to just drive by shank people's knees.
I'm going to sneak up behind him.
In what way? Like,
And
you're gonna try to sneak in through the window and up behind him while he's reading his book?
yeah.
Okay, Desi, you can see Newt reaching for the window to sneak in. Do you want to join on that effort, or do you have anything else you want to say on it?
I'm going to follow Nit.
He will never see me coming.
Wow!
He'll never see me coming.
Damn, the fucking wrestling move translated.
Yeah. You
Holy
can't
shit.
see me.
Okay. But hopefully I can match that.
Desi, I will say that because of Newt's critical, you can get advantage on your stealth roll as she helps you sneak into the attic.
Ah,
Follow my
support
lead.
wife. Okay, I follow the lead. Huh.
Oh,
Maybe-
shit. I will roll with, I'm just gonna borrow Oleg's stats here. Ignore the name of it, but this will just make my life a little easier. Alright, he has no idea you guys are in the attic. So, this is, like, it's a small attic space. Like, very, like, nobody would really... It's obvious a lot of people haven't been up here, but a section of it where this little creature is living has been, like, dusted and cleaned up. And, there looks to be, like, a hatch that somebody would, like, open into getting into the attic that has been, like, bolted up and covered in a way from, like... You can tell this creature has sealed it in a way that, like, anybody who tries to open it would probably be like, ah, damn thing's stuck, and then give up. But there's very little up here in terms of, like, storage. Like, a couple of old, moth-worn kind of, like, things for clothes and stuff. But, otherwise, as the two of you sneak up on this little creature, he is completely unaware of your existence. But you... Like, this is a small space even for you guys, so you're, like... You're just hunched over in this little attic, and somehow haven't hit any super creaky, like, boards enough. And finally, you're both, like, right up behind him, and he still hasn't noticed. So what's your next course of action that you'd like to take?
Oh, you know Newt's next course of action.
Uh-huh.
Inside rope. And then I will wrap it around and tie it around his back so his arms are stuck.
Oh my god.
Grab his feet so he
Desi-
can't run.
Desi,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
see
yeah.
Newt slowly, quietly pulling her fucking organ, her lower intestines out, like looking at you like, yeah, getting ready to do it. And there's a moment where you're like, and then what are you gonna do in assistance with Newt snagging this little guy?
I'm gonna. All right, cool. And then I'm gonna. When she goes to time for the chair, I'm gonna grab his feet. I'm gonna grapple him. I'm gonna grab him just by his feet, so he can't run. It will be the
Alright.
anchor.
All right, you guys have advantage on this, so
Is this
see.
an acrobatics? What would
Yeah. What is tying rope?
Thievery.
What-
We'll call this a thievery roll.
okay? And you said do I get advantage or?
You get advantage. You both get
Yeah, we're
advantage.
talking-
I want a thievery from both of you with advantage for both of your rolls.
He ain't going nowhere.
All right. I'm going to roll if he responds. I'm just going to borrow Orlig again here, but let's see. This is probably just going to be another perception roll with lower. Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to get a nat, but he did not. So, before before I tell you what happens there, meanwhile, we go back to outside. And Snooty, you easily find the package and pull it out and can see that it's just been tucked away to the point where, like, only somebody who really knows it would know it was there would be able to find it. What are you going to do with it? Are you just going to just tear it open, or...?
I sit down in front of it. I look at Oleg. I look at the package. I start slowly inching my hand slowly closer and closer to ripping it open to see if he would stop me.
Oleg's just watching your hand very slowly go towards it, and he's gonna be like, "What are you gonna open it?"
Okay, I wanted to make sure. I didn't want you to just be like, "Oh, wait a minute, maybe we don't open it." So I
And she just rips it. She just whoosh, rips the paper.
Before he can really respond, well, okay, here, let me, you know what we need? We need this. So, as you rip this paper loudly into the night, tearing into it, with the open, window for the, the attic, the sound fills the air, the quiet night air, as the only thing audible, and the quickling who is sitting in his little chair turns around just in time to realize he's being jumped by 2 goblins. As you furiously attempt to start binding him up, he just starts screaming. He just starts going, "What? Who are you? Who are you?"
Did I get the rope around him?
Oh yeah, he's fucking tiny and you guys are super quick.
You have the right to remain quiet. Anything you say could be used in the courtrooms of the law. And you have other rights too.
You have a license for these knees?
Did you guys bind his legs?
I'm holding on to him. I don't know if she tied him or not.
I first tied it around his arms and his body, but
all right.
If he tries to run, I mean, the intestines are attached to me.
I have him.
All right.
I'm currently holding on to his legs like Cell holds on to foot.
I was gonna make that joke, but I figured out.
Oh my goodness. Alright. So you're gonna give me Desi, I want give me a diplomacy roll to see if you can calm him down enough.
Okay. Sir, we just want to ask you a few routine questions. Deputy Newt is aware of who you are and what you are, and we just want to make sure that, you're not causing any harm. We understand that some people get their bad rap based on the rest of their upbringings, peoples and such, like us goblins, so we're going to give you a chance.
For the initial moment of you binding him, he starts trying to run as hard as he can, but because of the way you guys have bound him, his feet kick in the air at a speed that is just like, you feel like if you put something between them, you might like lose it, like it might break a finger, like if you put your hand between his kicking little feet. But because of the way you have him bound right now, he's unable to do anything other than just kind of like furiously move his legs. But eventually, as you're kind of doing that, you guys managed to calm him down, but before we get to that interaction, Snooty, as you're standing outside, you tear open this package in the dead of night on a dark street in the middle of the town, and you can see a light coming down the street in your direction. It seems like somebody carrying a lantern, and you just hear like a, "Somebody there?"
Quickly puts the hood up, puts the package under the hood, and goes under Oleg's leg. It is just like going,
pretend we're out for a walk. Pretend, okay?
Holds hand.
Can I get a roll from chat, please, as well? Just related to some, because there's enough of occurrences that I think there's I need a roll every time a guard is encountered just to see. Alright, does anyone want goblin bullshit on that roll, or shall I keep it?
You should keep it, because I think this would be really funny, not gonna lie.
Alright. So Oleg is like a little confused and is like trying to figure out like what the fuck is your plan essentially. But you basically told him like pretend we're out for a walk. And where are you hiding the package? Like
Under my
behind your
cloak.
head? Oh, like tucked away under your cloak.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Give me a thievery roll to see how well you hide it. Alright. Sweet. Alright. So let me go ahead and add a little bit, an extra mix to the shenanigans here. We are going to go to that, boop, there we go. So you can see a town guard coming your way. And he's raising his lantern and he's walking closer and he sees the two of you and Oleg is just kind of like standing there. A little bit like, oh. And as the guard's coming closer, he raises the lantern and he's like, "Evening, Oleg. How you doing?" And Oleg goes about to say something and he leans forward and he says, "Is that a fucking goblin with you?" Snooty, do you say anything or do you let Oleg do the talking?
Oleg wife.
Pardon?
She couldn't think of anything else. She's had her wives on the brain. This is the quickest thing that she could think of.
His eyes go wide as he looks down at you, and he looks back at the card, and I'm gonna roll a perception roll. Okay, he doesn't notice the package. So Oleg just kind of goes with it, and he's like, "Yeah, this is Snooty, and she's my new wife. We just recently got married." And the guard just kind of like, he sneers his nose a little bit and spits. And he goes, "Ugh, fucking greenskins. Well, what are you doing out here? I heard a loud
That's
tear."
so mean. We
Looks
did no things to you.
He looks down at you with like his narrow eyes, and he's just like, "Oleg, you should tell your woman to be quiet."
Pulls down hood with one hand, shows big puppy dog eyeballs.
Is this
I did no things.
Performance, absolutely 100
Yeah,
fucking percent.
okay. You can make a performance roll, but it has disadvantage because this guy's a racist.
Understood.
Do you want to keep that, or?
No, because every time I roll anywhere close to the cursed number, it goes lower. I can't.
Yeah, you're not gonna call the goblin bullshit?
This would be really funny though if I do, so goblin bullshit go.
Okay. Hey, there we go. Alright. So, you, now I'm gonna roll for his willpower. Does the power of racism hold up against super cute goblin? It doesn't!
Eat shit, guard.
He looks at Oleg raising the lantern, and he lowers it closer to your face, Snooty, and sees your, like, sincere, like, puppy dog eye kind of face going on. And his tone changes a little bit, and he goes, "Oh, hey, Oleg, nobody told me goblins could be attractive." And Oleg just kind of blushes a bit, and he goes, yeah, that's why I married her." He's like nudging you.
Husband's been very good husband. Have new house, everything.
A new house, you say? So you're not living down on the coast anymore, are
No,
you?
my new house.
Grabs onto Oleg.
I live with Oleg.
Oh, you moved in with him then?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we'll come back to this. Meanwhile, in the attic, the little guy who has now decided that he can't break free and has been calmed a little bit by you, Desi, just kind of, he takes a moment to get his shit together. And I'm going to go ahead and turn this down for the time being. The little quickling realizes very quickly, that he is not going anywhere. And he just kind of looks at the both of you, Desi and Newt, and just goes, "What do you want?"
We just have some questions for you.
What kind of questions?
One, why are you in this person's attic?
He looks around, like left and right, and looks a little, like he's having a hard time coming to a conclusion on like what to tell you, almost like he's sort of processing whether he should tell you or not, and then he just
No
looks.
need to try to lie. Just tell us the truth. I am the deputy,
Points at Badge.
I am here to help everyone that lives here.
She hold on, let me get the I forgot to write one thing down that I would really like to have on hand to reference during all of this, so I'm just gonna quickly fix that, and then we are good. He gives a little bit of thought, but he says, "Oh, I'm just keeping an eye over Rinshin."
Why?
Wait, what?
Hey, you know, just look after her house. Keep her safe.
Safe from what?
Yeah.
I don't think you'd believe me if I told you.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, we're going to a haunted mansion later to fight ghosts. So anything you tell us is probably in our jurisdiction.
He kind of like sighs a little bit, and he says, well, actually, hold on. Why are two strange goblins in her attic?
So we were watching we were doing a steakums, and we saw you, and we came to talk to you while you're in her attic.
Oh, you saw me leave the gift then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I always like to make sure she has something to enjoy on her birthdays. I watch over her home because, well, I suppose that, been through a bit of a strange turn of events over the past few years. I don't suppose you, talked to my daughter much before this?
What?
He sighs.
What? Hold on. Wait a minute. Your daughter down there?
I'm not entirely sure why I've taken on this form, but I think it might be a punishment from Callistra for some failing in my duties as a cleric. Some time prior, I had a bad run-in with some smugglers, and well, I I ended up like this, you see, and well, I've been looking after her in little ways, however I can, keeping an eye on things that have gone wrong and making sure that she's okay. But I've never talked to her.
So what you are telling us is you were, well, are her father. Important question.
Yes.
When you were dealing with pirates, did you shake a poor sinner's hand?
God damn it. It's not the prince and the frog, or the frog and the princess.
I don't know. This definitely sounds like some transformation station.
Oh, fucking goddamn it. Anyways. He goes, no, her mother and I had a time together, Verna, and, you know, we... it was an enjoyable encounter, to say the least, but fatherhood didn't really suit me for a time, so I left. And, I suppose this might be a penance I need to pay of sorts, but, my tradings went awry at one point, and I was, thought I was dead, to be honest, but, I suppose Callistria, sorry, pronunciation's a little difficult sometimes, had plans for me otherwise, and, well, I made my way back here, and, I've just been using what little I have left to occasionally bequeath my daughter some support.
You did not tell her that you're alive?
Have you looked at me? I'm not exactly the creature I was before all this.
Well, no, but listen. Sometimes people in life make a lot of personal changes. Just because you started out one way doesn't mean you can't change who you are. That takes a lot of effort to change, usually for the better. But, I mean, look at us. Everybody thinks we are murderous little goblins, but we have saved the town and have been good citizens. I think, despite taking, a very literal approach to changing who you are, I think the good person that you were still remains. And I'm sure your daughter would see that. She thinks you are dead.
Well, maybe it's better she does. I mean, look at me. I'm hideous. I'm tiny.
In goblin culture, I am very ugly, and reading would have gotten me killed. But here, things are different. Sometimes perspective and a change of environment is needed.
Does he give me a
Life lesson roll. Got it.
diplomacy roll, you nerd?
Oh, okay.
Boink. Double bullshit go.
All right.
Bam!
Oh, there we go. That's much better. Let's see what you end up with. I'm not even gonna roll for the fucking guy. All of a sudden, as you're just sitting here trying to make these... So, with a 43 on the goblin bullshit pool, a 30-foot radius around the goblin who called for bullshit is filled with non-poisonous edible frogs. So that is basically the entire attic. So as you're lying there, you're delivering this like speech of like, maybe this is the time to reveal yourself, blah blah blah, and every now and then you just hear like it's just out from nowhere. More frogs are spawning. And Newt, how do you want to respond to this as this is going on? By the way, just
Curse!
all right, I'll come back to this. But meanwhile, back on the street. standing there. Oleg is standing there, talking to the guard, and the guard is about to say something. And suddenly a frog flies out of the attic and on the ground. And you just hear Newt go, "The curse!" from the attic out into the calm night air. And the guard just turns to look at the open attic window, and he goes, "What the fuck is going on?" Snooty, do you want to do anything about that?
I think guard is hitting on me, husband, for calling me attractive.
Trying to get him to not pay attention to that and look back.
Thank you for the sub to Frogs in My Overalls, Derp. That's very kind of you. Oleg is like having a little bit of trouble picking up on what you're putting down. I'm gonna roll for him to see if he figures it out. Wow, okay. Oleg's on this. Before the dude, the guard can do anything else, Oleg just steps forward and grabs him by, like, the scruff of his outfit and hauls them up a little bit. And he's like, "Hey, are you making moves on my goblin wife?" And the guard immediately, instead of looking at the attic entryway, goes, "Oh, what? No, I just said she was pretty." And he's just like, "You better fucking keep going, buddy. Otherwise..." He just, like, looks lost in thought for a minute, and he goes, "I'm gonna fuck you up." "Mm-hmm, that's right." And she points to you, Snooty, and she'll laugh at you while I do that.
It's true, I would. I would very much laugh. It would be very funny. Plus, I know the sheriff, and telling him you did this, he can get you off the squad.
Give me an intimidation roll, Snooty, to see if you can,
Oh no.
if you can help tip the balance.
Goblin bullshit go.
Alright, Snooty.
So Oleg has my money.
Yeah. So,
all 57 gold, 10 silver, and 20 copper.
Yeah, you don't need to reduce that for now. We'll just keep a mental note that is currently stored in Oleg's inventory and not yours.
Mm-hmm.
All of the goblin who called for bullshit's money is placed in the inventory of the nearest player character. Oh, the nearest player character.
No. Oh god, which character is close by? They're both over there.
That'll go in Newt.
Newt has my monies.
The goblin has no idea where the money is gone. Alright. Just keep track of it in your inventory, Snooty, for the sake of knowing how much it was.
Okay.
But we'll say narratively your money is currently in Newt's possession. Which is great, because initially she only had 5 gold, so Newt, as
right, let me write this down real quick.
Yeah. I feel like we need to go back to this for this because so as this encounter is happening outside, Oleg is threatening the guard, and the guard is like, he's on the fence. He's like, he really doesn't know if he's like feeling the heat or not here, and he seems a little like standoffish, so he hasn't fucked off immediately. But before we continue on that frame, meanwhile, Newt, you're panicking about all the frogs, and suddenly, Newt, like, part of your equipment feels a little heavier, and you look down, and wherever you were keeping your gold is now just, like, spilling out with, like, coinage.
I think Desi has all my gold.
It's in your
But you got gold.
Now,
you got magically teleported from Snooty.
Yeah.
What?
So as you look down at all this money pouring out, and the frogs just hopping everywhere, and occasionally another one will just leap out the window and kill itself from the drop. The little quickling that you have there, Desi, just takes this as a sign. He looks around in the chaos unfolding. He's just like, this has got to be a sign of some kind. This seems poignant. I'm a cleric. I know these things. All right, you make a good point. You make a good. Just stop whatever you're doing. Stop it. I'll talk to my daughter. I'll get things sorted. Just stop this chaos.
Okay. We'll stop it. But, the frogs are, unfortunately, they can't probably go back up there. You know, divine sight and all that.
He looks at you with like wide eyes and goes, "What's my daughter to do with an attic full of frogs?"
Oh, no, this was the divine sight. It's sign that you should just show yourself to your daughter.
Okay, but then I agreed. Shouldn't the frogs go away?
Well, I mean, the frogs are living now.
I suppose.
Then he's gonna start scooping up all the frogs.
Meanwhile, do either of you want to do anything about the sound of... You can hear the drifting conversation between Oleg and the guard coming through the window, and you see the frogs occasionally humping out to their death.
I'm gonna walk to the... Well, I'm gonna walk with the guy towards the window, but him out of sight. And I'm gonna lean out the window and be like,
Excuse me, sir? This is official deputy business. Can you please fuck off?
Yeah. Yeah. Give me an intimidation roll, Newt, please. Wow. Let me... What? The guard looks incensed. Like, at first he's, like, about to get into an argument with Oleg, but when you lean out and say that, he starts putting pieces together. He starts looking at the open window, he hears that, he kind of compares the voice of Newt to the voice of Snooty. He's looking between all of you, and he goes, Hey, are you breaking into this place? Are you stealing? Are there the fucking goblins up there?
Hey,
Did you not hear
Desi,
them?
hold on to this man for a second, okay?
I can handle it.
Newt's gonna lower herself down by the intestines. And now there's this, like, an intestines coming out of Newt going up to the window, and she's gonna walk up to the guard while the intestines are hanging out.
As he holds his lantern up and you get closer, the first thing he does is go, What the... What?
Excuse me, what did you say to me?
Points at Badge.
He looks down at the badge, and his eyes widen, and he's like, Who'd you steal that off of?
I believe what you meant to say is, I am sorry, ma'am.
Snooty, do you want to do anything as this is going on? Because Oleg's losing his wind. He's trying to still be intimidating the guard, but, like, he's kind of faltering a little bit. He's like, oh fuck, shit's going south.
I am so upset with this outcome. I can't believe you are disrespecting an officer as well. What type of guard are you? We're going to tell Sheriff Penis Head all about this.
Excuse me, sir.
I can't believe this.
Sir, I would like your guard number, please.
like 28. Desi, is there anything you want to do as this is all going on?
I'm just gonna keep scooping up frogs, and then as soon as I have like enough frogs, I'm gonna look out the window, and the guard that's there. Yeah. Looks like he could use a spontaneous bucket of frogs.
Okay. Give me a thievery roll, I guess, for the equivalency of what you're trying to do here with the stats.
Hold on.
That 20 bucket of frogs! and you open wide the rest of the window, and it makes like a creak loud enough where the guard just looks up and is just kind of like, what the fuck? But before he can really make out who you are, Desi, you just upend a bucket of frogs out into the air, and like they sail with pinpoint accuracy to where the majority of them, there's no way every frog is going to land on this guy, but a good majority of them just all over this dude. And he goes stumbling backwards like, oh, what the fuck? And he drops the lantern and his spear as he's panicking, being covered in frogs. And for the moment, Oleg just sits there thinking, and he just scoops you up, Snooty, and scoops you up, Newt, and turns around and starts running away.
Inside rope.
No, don't do that.
As
Oh
the rope-
shit! I'm gonna untie the rope. It's like that scene in Jaws where they get the shark and the rope's just going. It's like smoking as it's turning.
Give me another thievery roll to see if you can undo the inside ropes quick enough. All right. So the inside ropes are very quickly being pulled as Oleg is just chasing it down the road, and the little guy who's in there with you, the quickling, takes a moment to look down at you because like you look out the window, and you kind of have a bit of a thought, and you go, oh, and you go and start untying the gross ropes just quick enough where it just kind of out the window, out of your hands, and the quickling goes, oh, that could have been bad.
Also, Newt's gonna try to resist him picking her up, so...
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a, also Rip Artist, thanks for the follow. Give me a... acrobatics roll, I guess, would be the best thing I could get from you in this regard. Alright, and I will roll for Oleg snatching you up. Alright, he doesn't manage to get hold of you, so he stumbles a little bit hard, going down the lane a little bit, and then fumbles you a bit, Newt, as you just pull out of his grasp. And he's like, Newt, we have to go!
Newt's gonna walk back up to the guard.
Okay, he's currently running around in a circle throwing frogs everywhere, panicking, and he's getting the last of them off of his... They're in his pants and, like, in his shirt and stuff, too, so he's, like, trying to, like, pat at his body. And he's looking at you, and he just kind of goes, what the fuck is all this? Are you casting frogs at me now, you kind of magical gremlin?
I don't believe that is a tone to take with someone of a higher rank than you.
He's still incredulous about it. He's like, until someone tells me otherwise, you're no fucking deputy!
Sir, I need you to remain quiet. Anything you say can and will be held against you in the courtrooms of law.
Do you
resist arrest?
Are you arresting the guard? Oleg? Okay. I assume yes, yeah, Newt?
Yeah.
Okay, Oleg is, like, standing there in the street just dumbfounded, and he's, like, holding you under his arm, Snooty, and he looks at you and he goes, what should we do? Snooty?
I'm sorry, my audio kicked out. I'm so sorry.
Oleg is asking you what you guys should do.
We gotta go back. We gotta go and get some. We can't hide and stuffs. We need to make sure that they're all okay. Oh, no. I know. Who?
Where are we on the map? Like, how far have we ran from?
Oh, not very far at all. Like a little bit down the way.
Okay.
You can still easily see Newt in the guard.
Okay. From here.
Oh. Do you think that he has blasters at the cathedral? He could say that Newt is a deputy because he was there.
Oleg just kind of like looks a little like, like dial up noises, and then goes, yeah. We could talk to Father Absalom. You could definitely outline that.
Okay. She goes onto his shoulders, like climbs climbs up him and just sits on his shoulders and go, off to kidnap the daddy, and rushes, points into the direction of the cathedral.
You're just gonna go to the cathedral then.
We're gonna go grab him so we have proof that Newt is the deputy, so we don't get in trouble.
Oh my fucking god. Alright, meanwhile, Desi. What about you? What is your next course of action? You can see Newt is trying to perform an arrest, and you bucketed and frogged the man. It was a great opportunity for an escape, but Newt seems to be very adamant about holding down her authority.
Then I will do my wifely duties. And I will... Not that kind of duties. Get your head out of the gutter. I will... Let's see here. Wait, does he know I'm up here?
No, he just knew a bucket of frogs came at him.
Excellent. Excellent. I am...
You are...
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to fuck with this guy without doing a single point of damage to him. 1 second. Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. He dropped his stuff, right?
Yep, he dropped his lantern and his spear.
Cool. I'm gonna use Mage Hand, and I'm gonna make that spear start skittering around the ground, away from him.
Okay.
And at the same time, I'm gonna cast Prestidigitation on it, so it's good you start to glow magically as it just skitters away.
All right. With Desi's help with this
Also,
oh,
your
sorry.
internet did a poop.
Yeah, my internet did a brief poopy. With Desi's help, Newt, give me another intimidation roll with advantage, please, because she's created a very plausible scenario to make him rethink his existence.
Okay.
Not bad, not bad. You assume you'll keep that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Well, in that case, let's go ahead and do another will save for him. Okay, by this point, so he gets the last of the frogs out of his clothes, at least he thinks he does, and he's like going to square up to you, and he thinks like, okay, I'm gonna grab my spear, I'm gonna take this goblin down, you know, like fuck this shit, and he watches as his weapon just starts to magically jitter and jump and illuminate and just twirl away into the darkness of the alley as he just kind of stops for a minute. And he looks at you, and he sees the, like, strewn organs out from your insides. And he sees the lantern casting, like, a horrible shadow of you. And just, like, his brain finally connects on all the magic bullshit he just experienced. And he takes a deep breath and he goes... Okay. Yeah. I surrender.
Thank you, sir.
So what are you gonna do next, Newt?
I'm going to tell
Desi, you finish here. I'm going to take this man back to talk to Sheriff Penis Head.
Okay. Wait, does that mean I have been deputized?
I don't know if it works that way.
Okay.
Come with me, sir.
Alright, so you're gonna walk towards the garrison now? Is that what I'm hearing?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I think it's probably fair that I bring up the map for everybody to see just, like, what we're dealing with here. So, normally I don't really show this map when we're interacting with stuff, but right now we have Newt and the guard headed to the garrison over here. Excuse me, I swallowed some of my own saliva. Kill me. And we have Snooty and Oleg headed over to the cathedral. And then Desi is staying behind. So we have a big old wobbly triangle of fucking an acute angle of team separation here. So, as this is going on, we get returned to Oleg, who has legged it, up to the cathedral, and is now, he stops outside it and he says, wait, hold on, isn't Father Absel like going to be asleep at this hour?
Oh, I'm not used to sleep times. Penis head! We go penis head! We'll go, hops down and starts running towards the Gary Sands.
You hop out of his grasp and fucking start running?
Yeah, she's like, if he is asleep, I know penis head alive, and not sleepies. And is just rushing towards the garrison.
Right. Meanwhile, Desi, what are you going to be doing back in the attic with the quickling?
Sir, I think that, if you want, I can talk to your daughter first and arrange a meeting. That way it is not as shocking.
He was watching like a good majority of what happened outside as that was going on, so he just kind of, hold on, I'm gonna turn the goofy goblins down for a minute. So he turns to look at you and he goes, that would be good. What was going on with your friends out there? Was that a town guard?
Yeah, my wife one of my wives recently became a deputy, and the other guard was harassing my other wife and Oleg, and he was being belligerent. So those frogs that divinity gave us?
Yeah.
The divine work in mysterious and froggy ways.
He nods his head like a sagely cleric and says, "That's true. It's true. The ways of the divine are hard to discern. I mean, look at me." But yes, a meeting, I suppose, would be nice.
I will talk to her tomorrow. I will explain the thing, and then we'll have a meeting. That way, she's not too shocked. And, you have a good night, sir. I will collect these frogs and I'll leave, okay?
Alright, should I just remain up here then until...
Oh, yeah, just have a normal night if you'd like. Oh, I made sandwiches, but we only ate some of them, so here. And she's gonna hand him a peanut butter sandwich and a ham and cheese sandwich.
They are going to be the size of suitcases to him, and he's going to like carrying the fucking sandwiches. She's basically carrying the sandwich, or he's trying to carry the sandwiches, and it's like, oh, generous of you.
I'll take the sandwiches and I'll cut them into fourths, with my shears, and then I'll be like, okay, that's better. And then I'll just carry him to his little dinner area.
Okay.
Poor guy. I'll make sure to clean up the frogs and tidy up his area. If the chair got scooched out or anything weird happened, I'll just we'll just yeah.
All right. So as you get him all tucked in and ready there, Newt and Snooty, you run into each other about roughly the same time at the garrison. And you're escorting the guard to the garrison. So Snooty, how do you want to react to this discovery?
Discovering that they're right outside, basically. Just as we pull. Okay. She's going, Snooty's rushing around and it's and like flops forward right in front of Newt.
Newty, what's wrong? What's wrong?
I tried to get Daddy Ass Blaster to tell the guards that you deputy, but it looks like you already did it. But we were like, well, he's asleep, so we gotta go to the Gary Sands. But it looks like you're here too. You beat us to it. I was trying to be helpful. You could ask Oleg. We try.
Thank you for
Pulls out gift with the wrapping ripped off.
We try to be helpful.
Thank you for being helpful.
Hands over the gift.
This is evidence for anything that bad might have happened.
Okay. Oleg, hold on to that evidence.
Like, just he's lost track of the narrative by this point, so he's just like, okay. He just picks it up and holds it. And as you're coming to the front of the garrison now, the guard is just like looking at all of you guys just with this like, he's so done with this shit. But you're back at the garrison, so he just goes, should we go inside and find the...
Yes.
I'm gonna like push the guard, like guide the guard towards and head towards to find Penis Head.
All right. The garrison's pretty quiet, and roughly around 30 people sleep in this building, so how do you want to go looking for the sheriff?
I'll go to his office first.
Alright. You go into his office, and chat, can I get an exclamation mark D20 to see if he's still burning the midnight oil, or if he's in the... Actually, there's a couple of things. Give me an exclamation mark D20. Does anyone want me to re-roll that on a goblin bullshit before I tell you what you come upon?
I'm curious. I'll bite.
You'll call goblin bullshit?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's see what you get.
Oh.
Alright, your reflection. That's a 5. Oh, nice. Alright.
Oh, I'm a vampire.
Yeah. You're just...
I've achieved my final form.
Yeah, you turn
I'm very
around
allergic
after...
to the sun.
Yeah, Desi, you turn around after setting this quickling up to sit down, and you notice that like your reflection is gone in the window. As you're walking away, you're just kind of like and the quickling, he just kind of leans over from his chair and he says, "But by the way, what was your name again?"
Oh, Desi. My name is Desi.
Oh, pleasure to meet you. I'm Iramil, and
Earmeal, got it.
Close enough. Thank you. Despite your rude arrival, it was well, I look forward to hopefully what comes next, and hopefully she can. Well, hopefully it doesn't go too poorly.
I don't think it will go poorly, but I got your back, okay? I understand what it is to be like, to be judged by how you look.
He nods, and then he kind of like tilts his head, and he says, You're not, there's no reflection of you in the window.
Huh?
Is that a normal thing?
No, that is new. Don't worry, town is cursed, it hates goblins.
Oh, I see. Well,
Yeah.
as long as it's not bad for your health, I suppose.
I mean, I feel fine. So it's fine. Maybe my reflection just had to take a nap. That's a joke.
Meanwhile, man, I kind of, you know what? I'm sorry, Chad. I have to do the one thing that I really wanted to have happen. I apologize. It's too good not to. Newt, the office door is locked and shut. But if you want, you can give me a perception roll.
Okay.
Snooty, are you waiting outside with Oleg?
No, actually, she probably would have walked in with Newt to see what happened.
Okay, give me a perception roll as well, Snooty.
Beautiful. Oh, I don't know why I did that.
Alright, well that was a 17. I'll let it stand. I don't know why it accidentally privated it, but I'll
I don't know why you
and...
did that.
Alright. So as you get a little closer, Newt, you're like, oh damn, the door's stuck. But Snooty, you can hear something coming through which sounds like a conversation and then like somebody getting smacked. Almost like an interrogation of some kind.
Oh, he seems to be working in there. I hear him. I heard this. Blah 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 blah.
Thank you.
Can I attempt to pick the lock on the door?
Oh, absolutely. You totally can do that. Give me a thievery roll. That'll do it. It's not well, who would be foolish enough to pick the lock of the office door to the sheriff of Sandpoint? However, as a result of that oversight, the lock is fairly low quality and decent. A bit of jiggling, and you open it just a little bit. And Snooty, do you peer inside with Newt, or do you just let Newt take?
Oh yes, 100%. I am curious.
All right. As you look in, you can see what appears to be candlelight in the room, and what appears to be a human figure, like a male figure, that is currently tied up. Still wearing his helmet, though, and a woman who is in some kind of leathery kind of outfit, who appears to be standing over him. And you hear the familiar voice of K.E., the owner of the Pixie's Kitten, basically telling the the sheriff asking him if he has been a bad sheriff.
Push door open. Sheriff! The door was unlocked. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were busy.
You're standing there with one of his guards.
I didn't know you were a cop too.
As Newt walks in, pushing guiding the guardian ahead.
The guard is just stunned. He doesn't know what to make of this experience. And for like a solid minute, everybody in the room just freezes and doesn't say a fucking thing.
Also, hi, Kate.
She looks over at the sheriff, and the sheriff looks up at her, and she looks at you, Newt, and the guard and Snooty, and then she just bursts out laughing. Like, she just falls to the ground laughing her ass off. And the sheriff, he fucking straight faces it, and acting as if nothing has gone different whatsoever, he goes, "What can I do for you, Newt?"
Well, one of the guards here was being racist and harassing my friends while we were on a stakeout to help find who was leaving these mysterious gifts. And then when I asked him to leave politely, he became aggressive and did not believe in my authority.
The guard. The guard who's like still recovering from this experience, he snaps out of it for a bit and he goes, "Yeah, I'm here to clarify. Sheriff, did you deputize a fucking goblin?" And the sheriff, without...
It's not respectful to say fucking goblin.
The sheriff, without missing a beat, just goes, I didn't, the council did, and I obey the rule of law in this town, as you should as well. I suggest you retire to your barracks for the evening and we'll discuss disciplinary measures in the morning. Please, in the future, show the proper respect to the authority that Newt carries with that badge. Snooty, do you have anything to say, or are you just kind of watching this unfold?
I didn't know you was a cop too. So this is what an interrogation looks like?
Newt's gonna like carry a blanket over while they're talking, cover up the sheriff for him.
He's like,
so
he is completely naked, tied to a chair.
Yeah. That's why Newt's gonna cover him up, so you know.
He's only wearing his hat. And yeah, so Kay, as you come up and say that, Snooty, she bursts into another round of like open laughter. And the guard just kind of like awkwardly looking around just goes, yeah, I'll do that. And as he's leaving, the sheriff goes, Tenforth? Yes, Sheriff? If you speak a word of this to anyone, I'll cut your dick off. He's just like, he looks completely like wide-eyed. Like he's never heard anything like that from the sheriff at all, whatsoever, to any degree. And I will give a will save for the guard. Yeah, I can guarantee that. Well, you know what? I'm gonna still roll on behalf of what's his name, sheriff. I'll do it twice because he has an advantage of the position of authority. Yeah, alright. Cool. The guard thinks about it for a second, and he just kind of puts, like, he does, like, the zip my lips closed kind of motion and nods, and then turns around and scurries away to the barracks. And as you're, like, covering him with a blanket, he's, like... he's very firmly tied to the chair. The sheriff can't move at the moment. He is very much so incapacitated. And as he's, like, looking at you, putting the blanket on him, he just kind of lets out his trademark. And for those of you who are not familiar with what the sheriff and KE look like, I suppose I could put them up on screen, too. That would probably be helpful for everybody.
Okay, Sheriff Penis Head, we will leave you to your interrogation. Maybe you should lock your door in the future.
Goes to leave?
I wish I was there to comment on the interrogation techniques.
Oh, if you use the whip at an angle against the wall and make louder noise.
They look at both of them. Kay is like still trying to get her breath after laughing at this interaction, and she's looking at you, Snooty, as you say that, and they both look at you. And she like raises an eyebrow, and she says, What do you mean, Snooty?
Well, if you want it to be scary for your interrogation, you hit it against the wall and make louder whoosh noise.
She nods her head, and she says, in instances where I can be a little louder and not have to be so quiet, absolutely, I think that's great advice. Don't you think that's great advice? She's like looking at the sheriff. And the sheriff just kind of isn't saying a word. He's just staring at you, Snooty, until you leave.
Okay, bye, Sheriff Pin the Head. Bye-bye, bye. Close the door.
Alright. So as you head out, the guard is no longer with us. He is in his barracks, suffering from disciplinary interactions. Snooty and Newt, you both head out into the open air, and Oleg turns to you guys and says, So, how'd it go?
He was in the middle of interrogation, and Kay was there with a whip.
tilts his head and says, I didn't think that the sheriff would be so brutal. But wait, Kay, the owner of the
Yeah,
Pixies...
Kay was the one doing the interrogation because apparently he's been a very bad sheriff.
Oleg, can I get an exclamation D20 for Oleg to see if he would have any idea of what the fuck that would imply and what he would Can somebody roll for Oleg's BDSM knowledge, please? Thanks, Chaos. It's solid of you. His brain cells rub together at lightning speeds as he's trying to figure out why this one random element isn't factored in it, and he goes, who else was in the interrogation?
It was just those two.
Some realization dawns on him, and then his eyes widen, and he goes, in the garrison?
I think it was his room.
I mean, that's his office, sure, but interesting.
He doesn't live there?
Yes, I'm sure he does. He probably has a room somewhere up in where the rest of the garrison stuff is, but I guess... well, anyways, he's a little red in the face, and he goes, I hope they weren't too mad about that.
They were laughing a lot. Well, she was laughing a lot.
I see. Hey, we should probably go get Desi, yeah?
Oh no, we left Desi there! Ah! And starts running.
Alright. Newt, do you join in the pursuit back to the, where Desi was? Alright, so collectively, everyone begins to return to High Street. And as that's happening, Desi, do you, are you in the process of, like, going out the window and going back out into the street?
Yeah, I'm ready to, I'm climbing down.
All right,
I have a few more frogs that I am depositing.
Give me an acrobatics check real quick. I'm sure it'll
Is
be
it
fun.
climbing related?
Yes, it is. You're climbing down out from the window.
Cool. Blah.
All right, yeah. So you climb down out of the window, and Snooty and Newt and Oleg haven't arrived yet, but as you climb down out of the window and kind of walk out into the street, you hear the sound of the door of Rinshin's residence opening. How do you want to just stand there and wait till it opens, or do you have a different reaction?
Yeah.
If you want to keep that roll, or...
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll roll for her. So, as you're scrambling around looking for somewhere to stay out of sight, Rinshin wearing what is kind of like a big floofy, like, it's really high fashion looking. Like, this lady never stops looking super fashionable, apparently even at night, because she's wearing like a nightgown that looks like the kind of crazy shit that somebody in the Hollywood Hills would wear in like the 1930s almost. And as she opens it, she opens the door, and she's just kind of like a little groggy, and she goes, Desi? Is everything
yeah.
all right?
Yeah, hi. Yeah. Hey, where are you going? You look really nice.
I'm going to bed. I was in bed. I heard a commotion out on the street.
Oh, yeah. Our stick out, well, no, not sorry, stick comes, got a little noisy. We had interference in our own department. Well, wife's department. I am not deputy. I'm like sub-deputy. I'm deputy adjacent.
You don't have to be a sub.
You hear Newt say as she comes around the corner with Snooty and Oleg.
No, I was explaining the... Never mind.
Wife, I'm sorry we leave you. Grabs Lana, gives hug.
One moment. I'm gonna hug Studi, and I'm just gonna kind of do that thing where you hug onto somebody, and then you do the like back of the head hair rub, and be like, it's okay, wife. You guys had things to do. I'm gonna put a kiss on her forehead. Mwah. There. It's okay. We handled things. It's okay. I threw buckets of frogs on the guy that was talking mean to you.
Oh, such a good wife.
Yeah, it's been like, 2 days? Nailing it. The best.
Rin leans out of her front kind of like step, and she sees all of you guys, and she's a little confused, and she goes, so I assume the reason you're all out here was something to do with my mystery package dealer?
Yeah.
Well, did you have any results for me, or should this wait till the morning?
It should wait till the morning. You should go back to rest.
Yeah. No, it's okay. We found out results. Everything is positive. We'll let you know in the morning. We need to make reports.
She nods, and she bends down to look at the area around her, like, front. Also, it's a Roro. Thank you very much for the follow. She bends down to look for where the package is, and she says, oh, I suppose the package wasn't placed there yet.
No. The real gift happens tomorrow, we found out.
She kind of like sighs and says, well, it's entirely too late, and I was working quite hard on your outfit. So I suppose I'll come by the shop whenever you have the time, and I'll just be working away on the projects at hand, and then we can discuss whatever you found, I suppose.
Yeah, that works. Okay, thank you. Have a nice night.
You too. She closes the door gracefully, and a light extinguishes eventually in the house, and you guys just kind of are left to your own devices. So what do you guys do with the rest of your time standing here in this alleyway? Do you have anything you want to say to each other, or you head back to home?
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, I'll probably just talk about how in the morning we gotta tell her that, her dad turned into a quicklime upstairs. That should be interesting. But, should be fine.
Alright. So you guys gonna go to sleep for now, or is there anything that you want to do with the rest of the evening before you guys head back to the mansion?
Oh, yeah, well, we're gonna go fight ghosts.
Oh, are you gonna head directly over to the Glassworks?
Well, the Glassworks is kind of near our house, right?
Yeah, it's probably about 4 in the morning, roughly now, after all of this that you guys have done, so...
Prime ghosting hours.
It's true, it's true.
Reconnaissance.
Yeah, you'll check it out before you
Yeah,
decide
we gotta
anything.
get some intel. Uh-huh.
Okay, alright. So on your way back to the mansion, you guys will take a detour to do a recon on the Glassworks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's something strange in the neighborhood.
Yeah. And they found out who they were gonna call. For the second time, it's us.
Oh.
Yeah.
And you know what? It don't look good. I mean, we do though. We're adorable.
Oh my god. Alright. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in that case, let me just go ahead and switch over to... I will zoom in here. We can just keep it on this for now, until... Well, actually, fair is fair. For the time being, let me just do this. And this as I choke to death on Cracker. If I die, I apologize. Alright, and then all I need to do is this for the time being. Boop. And then boop. And then the last thing I need to do is figure out if this is the front door or if that's not the front door. I don't think that's the front door. That looks like the front door. I'm going to go ahead and assume that that's the front door. Which was the front door? Jesus Christ. Lay out his ass. I'm just going to assume that this is the front door. Or is it? Fuck, I can't figure out where the front door is. Wait, I figured it out. Okay, I got it. We're on the ball. We've got this. I figured out where the front door is. Bam. I referenced the map. I used my brain hole. Alright, and then we do this.
It's pretty brainy, yeah.
Alright, and then what we do for the last little bit of that is to do this. So, as you enter into the Glassworks, you stop by the building and you unlock the front door with the key that you were given, which I believe Newt still has, yes?
Yes.
Alright. So, you enter into the Glassworks, and you can see that it's a fairly calm space. There's a lot of, like, a lack of illumination, really, to a huge degree. Like, the interior is lit for a lit nighttime, but it's dark in here. I'll just let you know that that's just kind of like what you're seeing. There's no lights or anything because nobody has felt the need to illuminate anything in a place that isn't being run at the moment. So it's pretty dark and quiet, and you don't really get an immediate sense of anything as you enter, but now that the four of you are in this place, what would you like to do next?
Well, you know that door that we came in?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna nail it open.
Nail it open? Oh.
Uh-huh.
What, you don't want the cliche door slams behind you experience?
Look, sir, giant snappy jaw in the sky, I will have you know that I have 3,000 simulated horror hours at least. And I have a particular set of skills. Those skills allow me to stay alive. If you do not haunt us, I will not come looking for you. I will not detonate my holy tear gas. But if you spook us, I will find you. And I will bust your ass, because that is our job. So no, for real though, I'm gonna take like I'm gonna take my shears and I'm just gonna jab them like a doorstop right where the ground and the door meet.
Alright, give me a crafting roll to see how well you set up a workable blocker for the door being closed.
Oh, you want a crafting roll? Bam.
That's a pretty good crafting roll.
Yeah, it's a pretty good crafting roll. Every time you say that, I have PTSD from every time I would roll well, and you'd be like, I'm gonna make you re-roll that. Every time. Every time.
Indeed. Alright. So, you managed to wedge the front door open, and, you know, it's open now. Easy exit, for sure. So as you enter into the space, It's surprisingly cool in here. Like it's quite cold. Like the air is you can see your breath misting in the air a little bit. And as Oleg walks in amongst all of you, he just kind of goes, "Oh, it's a bit unsettling in here. What? Why did we stop here again exactly?"
Well, you. It's haunted.
His eyes widen and he goes, "What the fuck are we doing in a haunted building?"
Well,
A
you
job.
see, it's a job. It's a job. I have a sudden craving for pie. I love pie.
Carry on my wayward gob. There'll be peace when you are done.
Oh my god, alright. Supernatural references aside. Oleg...
Our job. You know, killing things, saving people.
The family business.
Uh,
'Cause we're all wives now.
Oh shit. Oh shit. That works so good. Holy fuck.
You guys are ridiculous.
Oh my god.
Oh, ghost busting this family business. I love when you think about it. Like, this campaign could have gone so many different places, and it's become married wife goblin ghost hunting hours, and I'm okay with that. But
Oh.
Oleg decides, he goes, well, you seem to know what you're doing. Do you want me to stay here with the door and make sure that it stays open, or what do you want me to do?
Do whatever you want to do.
Oh, yeah, perfect. Then I'm gonna stay here. with the door.
Though, I would like you to carry me because I don't want to walk as much. Grabby hands.
Roll me a. I guess call it diplomacy, even though it's basically like a. Yeah, all right. He has no hope in hell of saving against that. So he just sighs and says, "Okay, come here." Picks you up. So with your trusty Oleg steed, who wishes to make the first steps into the glassworks?
I'm just gonna walk into the glassworks.
Yeah.
I am a woman of science. I'm not scared.
I ain't afraid no ghost.
Yeah.
All right. So what's the first thing you're gonna do as you walk into this place?
Hello, ghosts or any spirits that would like to communicate. I am here on a diplomatic envoy from the owner of this establishment.
Chat, can I get an exclamation mark D20, please? Oh, okay. As you walk forward and proclaim that, you can see the space is it's very dark and hard to see, but your goblin eyes give you like a good sense of like what's going on in this place. And
Wife, what does your goblin eyes see?
I was gonna make that joke.
My brain's up.
All right, so you've yeah, you come to this point and you're just kind of like, huh, what is that down the hall? And you can see that there is sort of a light going from like this direction, essentially. It looks like when you're as you're talking, there's a very faint flickering light that drifts past somewhere over in this direction. It's almost like as you turn to look, it kind of skirts away around the corner in this direction, and it kind of drifts off, and it's flickering almost like a candle that's being blown in the wind, relatively heavily, but it's a faint light source, and as it drifts past, you just hear a slight crunching noise, like the sound of somebody stepping on glass.
No, there's enemy hunters.
So, Desi, what do you want to do with that? Nothing else seems to happen as you call out into the space.
Show yourself. I am an officer of the law.
Are you going to say that at the front door, or are you going in anywhere else in the building?
I will step in and say that.
Alright, you guys can freely move your tokens.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out where I best want to
Where
go.
the hell is this? This is a weird layout.
Bum, bum, ba-da-bum, bum, bum.
I'm gonna follow.
Bum, 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 bum. Where are you, ghosts? We're gonna find you. Where are you, ghosts? I thought this was something move. Never mind.
You know what
It's like,
would be a good idea if we ask if it's here. Like we find a good spot and we sit down and we do a seance.
Yeah, there's a table here. Let's do a seance.
Oh my god.
There was once a goblin in this one village that I was I will say this, I was a squatter in another village, but I don't remember. It was a long time ago. Anyways, and there was a gobbo who did seances.
Yeah, I can perform a seance. I have dipped my toes in the pool of the occult.
I don't know what that means, but do the seance, wife.
Okay, everybody hold hands.
Is the
And we
pool
will-
of the occult, is it cold?
Yeah, it is a little cold and clammy.
Alright, not bad. A 23. Snooty, do you want to give an occultism roll as well to see how well you lend your talents to how you observe the seance? Ooh, not bad. A 23 and
I
a
have a
22.
+5 to occult.
Ooh, fancy. Newt, do you just want to roll one for the memes for occultism?
Yeah. Love to. Where is it called? There it is.
That tracks.
Oh, yes. It's good for your digestive system. Yakult.
Oh boy. Alright, I assume that's no goblin bullshit on that one.
Oh no. It's better than he doesn't know.
Alright. So Newt, having very little experience in the way of seances, Snooty and Desi, you both begin to reach out as best you can into the ether and kind of call forth the spirits using secondhand observation from rituals that you had witnessed before, or things that you had seen come to pass or learned of in your passings. And it's for two individuals who are not very well practiced in it, you do a surprisingly good job of kind of keeping the tone and the whole kind of like energy of such a thing. Oleg is just, he's not happy. He's looking around like paranoid as shit and is just kind of jumping a little bit at every little noise and clang. But as you begin to do the ritual, you start to call out to the ghosts, and as you're doing it, every now and then you'll hear something in the distance that sounds like glass being pressed upon by a heavy object, or glass being walked upon, or just kind of like a small tinkling of some kind of glass object rolling along the floor the more you keep pressing into this ritual. So Snooty and Desi, Desi, you lead the. What are you trying to get out of them? What is the first thing you're trying to do with this seance?
Well, first I want to reach out and see if there's any ghosts at all.
Right.
If I can sense a ghostly presence.
How do you want to invite them to respond to that?
Ghost, if you are here, the furnace behind me, the door is open. You can just shut it, thank you.
There's a small pause, and the door to the furnace just slowly.
Oh.
The ghost!
Snooty, what would you ask of the ghosts now that they have provided confirmation?
How long have you been here?
Tap on the door
Yeah.
once for a year, and then every tap will be a year.
If you are a goblin, rapidly tap like this. Then we know.
Okay.
There is a pause, and then you hear a couple of light. It sounds like somebody is hitting a empty bottle, but there's no bottle there against the furnace, and it just tap, tap, tap. Continues over and over again for roughly about 10 times.
Desi, what does that mean?
Wait, what does what mean?
How many? He tapped it a lot of times.
That he's been here for a long time.
Right, but how many? This many holds up one finger, or
Wait, how
this
many taps was
many,
it?
all of the fingers.
10. You heard 10 taps.
Okay. Yeah, 10. That is all your fingers. That's 10.
That's a long time.
It is a long time.
That's goblin. The baby years into adulthood, manhood.
Wow. Okay.
They're old as fuck.
Yeah, the ghost is old.
It's Newt's turn to deliver a interaction, is how she interprets a seance. So Newt, what do you do?
What is your business being here still?
There's kind of like a long pause, and you see after a while, you think maybe there's not going to be a response, but it seems like perhaps something was thinking instead, because there is a nearby glass object that just is shattered. Like it smashes on one of the tables as if crushed by a rock or some heavy blow. And looking over the shattered pieces, one of the pieces just comes gently floating over towards your table that you're all standing around. And it begins to etch into the table. And as it claws and draws into the wood before you, you can just see, won't let us leave, basically. We're scrawled out.
Oh, you want to leave? Oh. Wait. Who's keeping you here?
There is another scrolling, and it spells out the word longjitsu.
Longjitsu. Longjitsu. Huh.
Emiko Shitsu, remember?
Yeah. Right. Wait, she's keeping you here? She told us to get you out of here.
There is there's kind of like a an audible sort of, how do I describe this? It's like a gust of wind comes over your shoulder that's very cold and chilling, like something breathing into your neck or into your ear. And then the scrawling continues. And it's like there's like a circling around the word Longitsu. And then it says he won't let us leave.
Oh, what does it say?
Her dad won't let
Ah.
Is he here?
Isn't he the one on that? Didn't he die here?
Scrolling into the table, it writes out the word yes.
Ah. Well, show me where this man is, and, I'll get rid of him. Yeah.
There's like another long pause of the response of this entity. And, the glass begins to scrawl into the table once more. And it just says, "Be careful."
Ah. Okay. Well, thank you. Do we want to get rid of the ghost, or do you want to go home first?
I think she's asking both of you.
Oh,
Yeah.
Let's get rid of the ghost.
Okay. Alright. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
We'll be careful. It's cool. We will take care of ghosts. Don't worry about it.
Okay. So what's your next step then? What do you guys do?
What room is the ghost in?
Like you're asking again to the
Uh-huh.
glass.
Yeah.
It just writes out the word wanders.
Wonders. Okay. Alright, gang. Let's go find us a ghost.
You hear scrawling more on the table, and you hear you see it write out, "Look for the light."
Look for the light. Okay, got that. Understandable. Look for the light. Okay, it's gonna have a light.
Oleg
Okay.
is visibly disturbed at this point, and he's just kind of like, he's looking around and he goes, like he's not happy that somebody was just scrawling fucking words to a table in front of him, like fucking from beyond the grave. And he's like looking a little panicky, and he's kind of like trying to figure out what to say. Snooty, do you want anything to do anything about him? Like he's very clearly losing his shit.
Starts going, hold me. It's okay. I will protect you, Oleg.
Give me a diplomacy roll, Snooty. Do you want to keep that?
Goblin bullshit go. Never mind.
The cursed number. All right. So first things first, let me go ahead and reduce that number for the goblin. Whoops, that is not correct. It would be 199. We didn't just use 99 points. All right. Snooty gets a 30-foot radius around the goblin who got for bullshit is filled with poisonous, non-edible frogs.
Not again.
It's not that late. So, I'll roll for Oleg to see if he can use that effort to I'll give him a will save and if it's high, he'll stay. All right. He definitely has an initial like kind of reaction about the area, and then it doesn't get better from the frogs that just start hopping out of nowhere, and it's a mix of like, is this the town curse or is this ghosty bullshit? Who knows? But the frogs, they're a lot more colorful than they were before, from earlier in the night. Otherwise, they're just kind of hopping about. And there's a whole bunch of them around the ground, and it looks like they're like coming up from under the tables and through pots and stuff. And Oleg is kind of panicking a little bit, but he's just holding you tightly, Snooty, and he just kind of walks backwards a little. And he's like, "Okay, I'm good. We're good, right? You can't. It's okay. We're okay. We're okay. Yeah.
We're okay." She does like little soft like face pets, like, "Is okay, Oleg. Is okay."
Yeah, we're good. We're good. I've got you, Snooty, and there's frogs. I don't know why there's frogs, but we're good.
Right, Desi, we're good.
Okay. Alright, as long as we are good.
Alright, Desi.
Come on in.
Let's go.
Alright, you guys are heading north?
Uh-huh.
Alright.
I'm just gonna go like this real quick.
What are you gonna do?
Oh, nothing. I'm just going to hold on to a perfectly harmless thing.
Uh-huh. Yeah? Is that what you're gonna do?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Totally not harmful for ghosts. At all.
As you walk out into the hallway, give me another perception roll, please. Alright, it doesn't seem like you can see any lights or low dim entities of any kind. Where would you like to progress from where you are at the moment?
Oh, okay. I will go try this door.
Alright, the door is unlocked, and as you open it, you can see that there's a collection of what appears to be some samples of different glassworks that have been made in here. It looks like it was this is like a sampling room of like stuff that could be made in bulk or perhaps offered, and the room seems fairly empty.
Yeah, no, I've played Bloodlines. I've been in that kitchen. No, thank you.
What? Oh, come on.
Yeah, no, thank you. No.
No, you don't want to walk into the flying glass room.
The flying room full of glass? No. No, I don't.
So you open the door, and like as you look in, a small bottle on one of the tables just shifts a little bit, and you're like, and you close the door.
Nope. Yeah, that room is full of owlies. Don't go in there.
Alright, Newt, what about you? What are you doing? Are you just following along behind Desi, or you have other ideas?
Following along behind Desi.
Alright.
He knows more about seances and ghosts than I do.
That's fair. So, as you continue down the hall, you stop moving. Because you come upon a door that leads into another part of the space. And you can see a light that is just dimly... A dim light passes underneath the door here and kind of fades.
Oh, I think we found it. Ready?
Ready.
Alright. Desi, you just blow the door open and go in?
Yeah, I'm just gonna open the door and go in.
Alright, Newt, do you follow Desi?
Yes.
Alright. Well, Snooty, what about you?
Wherever Oleg is taking me is where I go.
Alright, Oleg is gonna stand in the doorway of of that space. And Desi, as you smash the door open with your foot, and basically, like, everything in this place seems to be unlocked. As you kick the door open, Newt jumping in with you like some kind of goblin SWAT team, Oleg bringing up the rear carrying Snooty, you peer into the room to look beyond to see what it is that you have discovered. And I think that is where we can end tonight's session.
No! How could you?
Damn it. Okay. Okay.
Congratulations, Goblins. A very amusing session, to say the least. As they always are.
Can't believe you've done this!
Amazing.
Yeah. How could you have done this to me?
Well, now that you are knee-deep in the glassworks, I guess we'll see what is to come of your encounter in this space or not, and how it evolves. But for the time being, good job, Goblins. That was amusing, had a good time, and you all did very well.
What the heck? My internet died for a second.
Oh, poopy. Well, congratulations, Goblins. Another good session.
Absolutely. I love this session.
Some amusing shit came to pass, that's for sure.
Yeah, some amusing shit.
I mean, come on, ghosts? That's like right up, I feel like all of our alleys.
Mm-hmm. 100%.
Uh-huh.
Just spooky shit. It
I love
works.
spooky shit.
Indeed.
I love spooky shit and I like throwing frogs. Yes.
It's raining frogs.
Yay, this was a good episode.
Hallelujah.
Mm-hmm. So, good job, guys. You managed to figure out who was leaving the gifts at the shop owner's house. The lady from the. I love how there are little encounters you can potentially come upon or just completely ignore everywhere in this fucking town. Like, everyone has something going on in their lives. Everyone has something potentially to offer you. So it's a great way to, like, also earn signatures for your right to inhabit Sandpoint as permanent citizens as well. Because you are fighting not only for your own rights, but the rights of goblin kind.
And for our right to party!
Also,
Cupid, thank you for the $20.
Thank you so much. That puts us back up at 201 points. So hopefully by the next session, I will have the table of what to expect for result of rewards for when we reach certain points in the Goblin Bullshit pool in terms of making it hefty. And otherwise, look forward to next week when we will see what it is that they discovered in that room, and if it is a relevant discovery or not. But for the time being, congratulations, Goblins. You guys did great today. It was a very amusing bit of shenaniganry at foot, and I think the only other thing that I wasn't... There's a lot of improv tonight. A lot of improvisation, but it was good. It was good. You guys kept me on my toes. You know, it was fun. I enjoyed it. So I look forward to seeing what comes next. But everybody, do some follows, if you don't mind. Those of you who are chilling in the audience and are like, this was a lot of fun, please feel free to give a follow to each and every one of us at those links there. We'd appreciate it if you could follow and engage with the people who are involved with this project and support us. And if you would like to help support us financially or give us more budget to work with, essentially the cooler assets and the cooler, crazier things that you can see in terms of animation, screens, all sorts of really crazy shit that we want to add into the project is only possible for the support of viewers like you. So if you guys are interested in helping continue that going forward, every little dollar helps, because that goes towards all kinds of crazy shit that we do. And then also, if you like the shit that I do, and compoundingly the awesome collaborative work that all these wonderful people have helped me build over the years, consider joining the studio's Patreon. If you are a passive supporter on there, you get access to all our behind-the-scenes art assets, aside from player character stuff, and you also get access to our beta documentation for rules, and I will be posting the roll tables up there soon for all of our different campaigns that I've been using as well. So the Goblin Bullshit pool will be up there for anybody who wants it, the Wrath pool from the Wrath and Glory stuff, and the general consequences pool for general play for the Pool of Fate. But with all that shilling,
how much do they have to pledge to get a blessing?
Nothing. I've removed all of that. It's just literally $5, and somebody is part of the Patreon. That's all I have the energy to wrangle, unfortunately, at the moment. But maybe at some point I'll open another tier in the future. But for now, I just want to make sure that everybody who joins the $5 tier always gets access to everything we'll be offering. The core system that I'm going to be publishing on the 1st of January is coming along nicely. MWB and I have been exchanging a lot of interesting art dialogue throughout the day, and I've been doing a fuckload of writing, and I look forward to asking a bunch of my artist friends if they want to contribute illustrations to it as well, so that I can fill some of those gaps. Because MW's time is taken up primarily with doing all of the layout, design, and a couple of other art assets that are fun. But we are almost ready to release our official prototype character sheet with the new system, so I'll throw that around for people to take a look at, because that'll just be free for anybody who wants to interact with it. And yeah, it's coming along. It's good. The development's been good. We like to have fun here. But outside of all that, yeah, the Patreon will just get you a whole bunch of crazy shit, and come the 1st of January, it'll have a facelift and have a lot more crazy shit going on with it. So if you guys want to get in on the ground floor now, feel free to do so, but I understand if that's not really in people's budgets, but you know, every little bit helps. But with all that said and done, Effie, can you find us a good raid target?
Good raid target?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got one.
Okay, perfect. So, before we do our little raidy poo, then the only thing I have left to say is our little check-in with the goblins we always do, and then we'll raid on out. Newt, did you enjoy unveiling your treehouse for us today?
Yeah. I had fun unveiling that, and also I like Newt's trying to do what she thinks would allow her to be taken more serious as the law. Which is why she immediately was like, I need this outfit.
I am the law. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. It's important to throw that enforcement around. So now we have a floating voodoo goblin fucking cowgirl deputy. Which is
the only deputy Newt ever bumped into on her journeys was in a western town. So. That's all her knowledge is based off of that one deputy and sheriff, which is why she thinks Sheriff Penis Head is such a bad sheriff, because he's not even dressed for the part.
It's because he doesn't have the fucking hat. I love that.
You're not a real sheriff without a cowboy hat.
It's true. It's true. You know, you make a really good point. Well, thank you, Newt, and Jasmine, as always. I appreciate you, and love having you on this project, and I look forward to more shenanigans to come. Hey, Snooty, did you have a fun?
I did have a fun. I always have a blast with this game. I always have fun. And I love being able to stream beforehand and bring all these wonderful people in to help, too. I'm glad that we can all enjoy these goblin shenanigans together.
Absolutely.
The goblins.
I likewise am happy that we can do this together, and the story we've been telling so far has been great, and I look forward to telling more and more of it to come. And yeah, you guys always do the silliest, goofiest little things that I always really appreciate. So thank you, Ash. Your showboating and your performances are always very appreciated.
Thank you for allowing me to be my true form, a little shit goblin. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having a cracker conversation with me.
It was fun. I was very hungry. It's the middle of the night. I ate a lot earlier than I usually do, so I needed a snack, and I was not going to stop eating these crackers, so it just worked out very well.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I appreciate it. And to those of you who have synesthesia or don't like hearing people chewing, I apologize. It was for roleplay purposes, please.
I also hate it, but like the way that my headphones work today, I was very happy, so I apologize in advance. I just had to go full goblin for you guys.
It's pretty good.
Oh yeah. Oh, CCkin, it's okay.
Yeah, sorry that we appreciate you being here. You'll be able to watch the VOD if you want to catch what we got up to. But I understand if some people prefer it live. But you know, we always got our archive of the shows, and we've always got the VODs on Effie's channel here. You can watch for each session. So hell yeah! Well, thank you for joining us. And last but not least, Effie, how did you enjoy the evening's shenanigans?
I always love goblins. I was kind of having a weird time. I fell asleep in my chair, woke up. I didn't really feel great, but I was like, oh, goblins. So I played goblins. I had a nice warm meal. I was vibing. I had some good laughs. I threw a bucket of frogs on people. Just generally really good. I always love playing goblins with my friends and the viewers, and I don't know. I feel very blessed being able to just basically just be like, hey, guess what? I get to be a shitty little goblin with my friends for a stream. Yeah, Twix, yo! You came to the right place if you want goblins. Unfortunately, we just finished. But there's a lot more goblin content here. 1 second. Bam. No.
Wow, that's the least exclamation mark.
I know.
There you go.
I know. But no,
Yeah.
fucking loved it. As always, I am just happy. I just think about all the goofy shit we did, and I'm like, this is best in life.
One of these days, these goblin bullshit pool points will equal out to an entire in-VR session of the goblins dealing with shit.
Oh my god.
Yes. Yes, VR chat goblins. I can make a map for it.
Oh, that'd be ridiculous. Well, I appreciate you, Effie, and thank you so much for allowing us to continue to do this shenaniganry on your platform here, and to all of you, thank you very much for collaboratively building this wonderful story. And to the audience, thank you so much for wandering in and just being like, what the fuck is this goblin shit? And then sticking around, because we get up to some goofy bullshit. And sometimes, I know roleplay streams can be a little slow at junctures, but I hope we do a good enough job entertaining you all that you all enjoy returning time and time again. And we really appreciate the continued support. So hope you all have a wonderful night. Effie, would you like to start the raid?
Raid has started.
Oh, hell yeah, we're going to raid Thrab. Also, a reminder, tomorrow is Aether Chronicles, which is something that we all do roleplay in. It's a VRRP thing that everybody will be streaming tomorrow, so if you want to watch it from all of our perspectives, you're more than welcome to do so, using the links provided above there. So we have a special module going on tomorrow with a fancy map that Hanioni Twitch made, so if you guys want to tune in for those shenanigans, we highly recommend it. It'll be at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And go on for about 4 hours or so. So if you want to check out that goofy shit, we get up to all kinds of silly things on that island. And yeah, anything else anyone else has to say, or shall I go to the end screen?
No, I just want to say thanks for coming, guys. You have yourself a good night. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow and next Sunday.
Hell yeah. Be sure to tune in next Sunday to find out what happens in the Glassworks. But for now, a good night. Say good night,
Bye from beyond the looking glass.
Good night.
Yeah, good night.